One of the best times of the year right now. You know what that is? It is NFL offseason. But then again, there is no NFL offseason. We always start the program off with, of course, the legendary Big Sales. Hopefully everyone had a great weekend, a weekend of massive content. I mean, we have spoken to the White House. We have spoken to people in Cleveland. Do you know who Paul DePodesta is? Do you guys have any idea who he is? He's the chief executive for strategy for the Cleveland Browns. And he is a dear friend of mine. And we had a nice, brief conversation about Myles Garrett. Now, listen, I tell you guys this all the time. I'm not a reporter. I just happen to know a shitload of people that are in our business. Please hit the like button. We're going to get to all of it. We're going to talk about the White House bullshit here in a minute. And really, this has a lot to do with the Eagles. There was nothing ever officially thrown out there on whether or not the Eagles were invited. The Eagles threw a tenor out, and they threw a lure out seeing what the White House was going to do. I talked to Kevin Cork, who works at Fox Sports. He's been on, Fox News, who's actually been on the program here. And because of the stuff the Eagles pulled in 2018 and all their bullshit, the White House has not said anything about the Eagles or even congratulated them after they rolled the Chiefs. They said nothing. This was somebody from the Eagles that threw this shit out, that potentially that there'd be an invitation whether or not they'd go or not. Hey, remember it was something too also that Brandon Graham said in 2018. I would never go to the White House with Trump in it. What changed? What, Pennsylvania went Republican? Is that why all of a sudden that changed and half of your fan base? By the way, I'm not making a political statement here. I don't give a shit who you voted for. But at the end of the day, if you're somebody like Jeffrey Lurie and you got Republicans and Democrats in your stands down in Lincoln Financial, do you really want to piss half your fan base off? Do you want to piss half your fan base off? That makes no sense. I mean, you're going to alienate half your fan base? Look, it's okay. Jeffrey Lurie is a massive Democrat donor. It's cool. I don't give a shit who you give your money to. Okay? But don't turn around and tell us that all of a sudden, by the way, I think he got the waves of public opinion, and that's what that guy does. And what happened? All of a sudden, if there is an invite, they will accept. Oh, what changed from 2018? The ridiculous Kaepernick bullshit? Come on, man. Brandon Graham said he didn't even want to go back in 18. Now, again, the captain of your football team said, oh, it's okay now. What happened? Typical Eagle bullshit. Typical Eagle bullshit. Okay, listen, just be honest, man. I don't want to go. It's okay. It's cool. A lot of teams didn't go. 2017 Warriors, they didn't go. Hey, how about this? I took a dump on Tom Brady when Obama was in the White House. Hey, fuck that shit, man. You don't want to go, don't go as an organization. Brady didn't want to go to the White House because Obama was the president. Came up with some bullshit reason. Okay. He's a tool bag too for doing that shit. Keep politics out of sports. As my kid would say, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. And I get it. She's right. You can't keep that shit out of there. It's kind of the stuff that clouds the lenses. It's a great accomplishment. The Philadelphia Eagles won a Super Bowl and destroyed the Kansas City Chiefs. Go have a beer at the White House and enjoy yourself. It's good for the community. Okay? It's good. And now all of a sudden, the Eagles are saying this. We'll accept the invitation. What changed? I'll tell you what changed. Jeffrey Lurie didn't like the backlash he was getting from across the country. That he wasn't going to do it. By the way, no disrespect. Do you know why Joy Reid, Jim Acosta, Chris Wallace, do you know why all these people are being fired? Don Lemon. People at those networks now know because they saw what happened with the country and what they voted for. They've been all fired in a month. Okay? But, hey, Race baiting in politics is great business. I get it. Look at Fox News. It's another great hook and sinker where they go out there and they lure you in with bullshit. Hey, man, I told you before, I love watching C-SPAN. At least they give you two sides of the aisle. I mean, come on, man. Jeffrey Lurie? Now all of a sudden you want to go. I'll tell you why. 50%, 51% almost of Pennsylvania voted for Trump. That's over half his fan base. That's why. In 2018, he lost Pennsylvania. Come on, man. Come on. And by the way, I talked to Kevin Cork, who's the White House correspondent for Fox News, who's been a friend of mine for over 35 years. And he told me exactly what was going on, that the White House and Trump haven't offered an invitation yet because of the shit that went on in 18. Okay? That's why you haven't seen one officially. John McMullen's not wrong. There wasn't an official one, but somebody obviously from the Eagles threw that out there to see if Trump would bite on it, if there would be an invitation. Now, all of a sudden, we would gladly take the invitation. Oh, yeah, that changed in 48 hours. Sure it did. You didn't go in 18, now you're going. Why? Because the country shifted. This guy's so simple. Listen, he's a simple roadmap to figure out, Jeffrey Lurie. Whatever the winds of public opinion are, that's what that guy's going to do. You know, that's not a leader. That's a follower. Those are sheep. Have your own thinking and your own mindset. Have some leadership about yourself. What that guy does. Court of public opinion. Hey, by the way, it's not a political. I don't give a shit if you go or not. Okay? It's a great honor for your team. It's a great honor for your community. Kyle, I saw that too. Kyle, I wrote down you already sent $5. I'll talk about Myles Garrett too, and I appreciate it. Seals, if Garrett trade doesn't happen, I'm looking at 10 potential guys in the draft first round. Kyle, I talked to Paul DePodesta, who's at the Cleveland Browns, who's a senior strategist and executive for the Browns this morning. He's been a friend of mine, Larry Lucchino. Do you guys know who the name Larry Lucchino is? Larry Lucchino was the former president of the Padres. And Peter Seiler, God rest his soul, who used to be the owner of the Padres, introduced me to him. And he's now one of the top executives for the Cleveland Browns. And I had a good conversation. Their position is they don't want to trade Myles Garrett. Okay? They do not. And for the record, why in the world would they come out and go, yeah, we're looking for trade partners? You know what that does? That devalues the player. You're trying to get as much equity as you possibly can. You're not looking to trade a player. He's probably the third best player in the league at any position. I would make this comment to you about Myles Garrett. You know, these stupid people in Philadelphia who fucking think that Nolan Smith is ever going to reach the height of a Myles Garrett, you're on Quaaludes. You're on Quaaludes. That guy for 7 years in a row has averaged 14 and a half sacks and is a bona fide first ballot Hall of Famer. And he's still got 4 years remaining of great football. Nolan Smith, if he's lucky, will be half of what Trent Cole was. Okay? Sills, my brother, you're right about the Eagles, the way they feel against going to the White House, and Trump rooted against them. Yeah, they should have that same bullshit attitude they had against Jason Kelce. Kelce rooted for his brother. Hey, I'll say one more time. If a football game is determining your love for your brother, I mean, that's stupid. You ever hear of competing? You ever hear of competition, brotherly competition? It's okay to fucking root for your team that you love. Okay, I think the only time, hey, listen, if my kid was at Florida, I said this last week, and I'll make it right here. My kid was at Florida. Would I wear a Gator hat? Yes. I would fucking hate it, but I would. So I get it. All right? I mean, if she had a Gator hat on, I used to hate she had Gator colors cleats. And so if she put it, yeah, I would probably bite my tongue and go something. Gate, sir, yeah. Go Alligators or some shit. Okay? Yeah, probably. Guys, do me a favor. Hit the like button. We appreciate you guys coming aboard. Those super chats go to the top. You guys have been great. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Blaine, for starting it out this way. We appreciate it. So we've had some conversations already. And Angelo Cataldi will join us at 3:30. We will talk to Angelo, get his thoughts on it. By the way, I'll bury the lead on this. Angelo hates the hiring of the offensive coordinator, Kevin Patullo. Okay? Hates the hiring. Do me a favor. Please hit the like button. We appreciate it. Okay. Here's what I'm saying that you're talking about with a potential trade for Myles Garrett. If indeed this thing does start to heat up even more so. Right now, make no mistake about it, the Philadelphia Eagles are the second betting favorite to replace Josh Sweat with, Myles Garrett. There is nobody in the next 3 drafts. I'll tell you this kid from Penn State, Abdul Carter, he looks absolutely sensational. Little bit undersized. Here. But Myles Garrett replacing Josh Sweat. Stop with trying to send a Yugo or one of those little cube cars to try to trade for a guy like Garrett. I love the fact that you want to get the better end of the deal. Here's what people want to do. Send a first-round pick, which is the 32nd pick in the draft, which sucks. Okay? Then you want to send him Tyler Steen and Kenny Pickett and Bryce Huff. Those are nobodies. You are not getting a player of that ilk with those garbage cans. You'll never get that. You'll never get in the room. Make me want to have the attention setter that I need. You know what you have to do? You have to get my attention. If you are the Eagles and you're Howie Roseman, and throwing out small hands Pickett doesn't give me any kind of way of looking up going, oh, the Eagles have something I want. Remember this, the Eagles are picking 32nd, which means they're picking last in every round, which means you're the shittiest position in all of the rounds outside of some of the deals you made over the last couple of years where you're in the mid rounds. You offer nothing for Myles Garrett, nothing. And for the record, Myles Garrett's better than any football player you have on your team right now. Maybe outside of Jordan Mailata. Maybe. Outside of Mailata. Sills, it's like trading a Pinto for a Ferrari. Yeah, Eagle fans want to trade some fucking Pinto. And you think you're going to get a player. This guy here is as good as it gets. He's like Ricky Jackson. He's 6'5". He's 280. He's averaged 14 and a half sacks. Can you imagine one of the top 3 players in the league on the worst team in the league and what he would look like on the best team in the league? Look at what you proved with Saquon Barkley. He's with the shitty Giants. Gained 2,000 yards. How about this? Barkley is not the player that Garrett is. He's a better player than Barkley. It's a fact. Nobody would ever pick Saquon Barkley over Myles Garrett in a draft. He has never been ranked higher than Myles Garrett in his entire career. He is the second or third ranked player right now in the NFL to Patrick Mahomes. So when you make that comment, Barkley is nowhere near him. Okay? You're missing the point. Barkley has had one season. That was spectacular. Myles Garrett has had 8 years of spectacular football. 8 years, okay? And it didn't matter what the record was. Do me a favor. Please hit the like button. Appreciate you guys. So, I think you're going to have to offer this: a first, a second, and a third, and Nolan Smith to even get their attention. Even get what that would make them look, because me personally, I'm going to trade with the shitty teams like Tennessee. I'm going to trade with New England. I'm going to trade with the Giants. And most unbelievable, I'm going to trade with the Washington Commanders. Those are going to be the players hey, you guys are out of your minds. I'm not debating Nolan nobody versus Miles. He's Nolan nobody. When you're in a conversation with Myles Garrett, he's nobody. Nolan Smith has potential to be a really good player. Myles Garrett is a Hall of Fame player right now. Still in his prime. It's not a debate. There's no back and forth here on this. Okay? Pat goes like this. Why are we I'm not. You are. Super Bowl champion Nolan Smith. What's that mean? So, you got it. And Tyler Steen's a Hall of Famer. I mean, Tyler Steen's a Super Bowl champ. What's that mean? Nothing. Hey, dude, if you win a Super Bowl, that doesn't put you in the Hall of Fame. It does not. Winning championship rings, maybe. Winning a ring? No. How many people think Brandon Graham's going to Canton? Never in a million years. Not close. 1, 2 Pro Bowls. 50 sacks in 14 years. That ain't cutting it. Not a chance. He's the 2-time Super Bowl champion. He ain't going to Hall of Fame. It doesn't predicate that or dictate what your resume says. Okay? I would make this trade in a second. To sit there and say that Nolan Smith would be amazing if he turned out to even be close to Trent Cole. Do you understand what we're talking about here? I don't think you do. How about this? Reggie White's the greatest defender in the history of the Philadelphia Eagles. Myles Garrett would be the second. He would be the second best player you've ever had on your football team, and that includes Brian Dawkins. That's how you would look at him. Okay? I mean, now you got to think of this too. The Washington Commanders and the Rams. I don't know how the Rams do it. I don't know what credit card they use, but the Rams are always in conversation. I have no idea how they do it, but the Rams are always in a trade conversation for somebody. Myles Garrett and the Washington Commanders. The Rams are in a conversation for Zach Bond. Okay? Pat goes like this. The Rams are all talk. No, they're not. The Rams are a great organization. They made a trade for Stafford, made it happen, won a Super Bowl. They've rebounded, and all their draft choices have hit. Not talk, actions. And for the record, the Rams were the toughest opponent that the Eagles played in the postseason. So that's not true. Making things up again as you go along. All right. So this Myles Garrett thing is true to the Eagles. Now, again, there's 20 teams out there that are interested in this trade. Philadelphia doesn't really have anything if they don't want to offer a player and multiple draft picks. And some would say this, okay, well, let's just stand pat. I'm cool with that. And something else here. We're not taught. I would never make this move for Max Crosby or Trey Hendrickson of the Bengals. I would never. I'm not going to do that for those players. And I think those players are great players. Crosby with the Raiders, Hendrickson with the Bengals. They're really good players. But I'm not doing that. If I'm going to rip up my game plan a little bit, I'm going to do it for a player like that. I'm not going to do it for kind of the second shelf. Okay? Dude, you're losing Milton Williams and Josh Sweat. The question will be, are you going to lose Zach Bond too? You're losing those players. It's not because Howie can't. It's because Howie won't. He's going to turn every stone upside down to figure out what in the best interest of his football team, and that's going to be. Do you know why Howie? Do you know what Howie Roseman is when it comes to this type and this time of the year? Do you know what he is? He's the NFL's version of Doge. You know what that means? He doesn't want wasteful spending. He does not want anything where you look like here. Bryce Huff is wasteful spending. James Bradbury is wasteful spending. That's all wasteful spending. You can't have that when you're building a championship team like how he's built. Hey, make no mistake about it here. He's done a fabulous job at building that roster, especially over the last 4 years. He's done a great job. Making a move like this, by the way, supers go to the top. Thank you, Gabe. Making a move like this is hey, he was in this position before at the quarterback spot. He had 2 contracts that he was offering, Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson. Like Pat Riley says, sometimes the best moves you make are the ones you don't make. Vic already showed he doesn't need a superstar edge to have an effective defense. LB is the most important position on the Fangio scheme. Gabe, if you're telling me you can't upgrade your pass rusher, and you're trying to tell me that you're not going to try to upgrade, teams will catch you. I mean, every year that the Philadelphia Eagles have gone to the Super Bowl, the following year has been below average. Every time you've gone. But you're assuming this will be different. Okay? Might be. Might be. Thoughts on trading Goddard? I think Goddard would have a small market because of the inability to stay healthy. Guys, I appreciate the supers. Please do me a favor. They hit the like button, and all supers go to the top. Howie won't overpay Milton or Sweat because he knows what's on the rise, Jalen Carter and more. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. And by the way, the price tags have gone in and have come in now. We are, 3 days out from training, from the combines in Indianapolis? And what are we, 15 days out from the start of training camp? So you got to figure this, you got to start figuring this out now. See, Eagles playing like Kansas City so deep into the calendar, they don't have an off season. There's no off season here. I'm not saying don't upgrade, but not to use tons of capital on one player. Okay? Then just move off it. There's a reason that everyone around the NFL, maybe outside of Philly, is saying that the Eagles are the second betting favorites to get Myles Garrett. You know why? They don't want him in Washington. Dude, Washington's got $100 million. Okay? $100 million and 10 picks. They're going to get better. They're going to continue to get. Look what a rookie did in his first year. No quarterback in the NFL today has a player at quarterback outside of Mahomes that went to a conference championship game in his first year starting. Name me one. Name me one outside of Mahomes that went to a conference championship game. Name me one. By the way, I see somebody posting 55-23. You think you're going to be the same football team if you lose Zach Bond, Milton Williams, and Josh Sweat? Not in your life. Not in your life. Sills, it would be gross negligence to let a first-team All-Pro walk. I think we'll be okay if we keep Bond, rely on Vic to find a replacement. Why in the world would I only want to have the Eagles offer me one contract when I'm 28 years old? Why in the world would I do that? Here, let's move off the Garrett thing and get to the price tags. Here they are. Milton Williams is going to command $21 million a year. How many people out there believe Howie Roseman's going to pay Milton Williams $21 million, give him $42 million guaranteed, and 3 years, $65 million for a defensive tackle? Let's hear it. How many people think he'll do that? How many people think they'll do that? I'd rather pay Milton Williams than Myles Garrett. What a fool. Milton Williams is a really good football. Are you trying to tell me you think Javon Hargrave is good as Myles Garrett? Because he got $20 million when he left your joint, too. Stupidity at its finest. All you got to do is read some of the comments in the chat. Ask yourself, I'll ask you again, do you believe, before we move off of Milton, do I think Milton Williams is a $21 million player? No, I don't. No, I don't. Stills, did Bond show the importance of great luck? Yes. Yes. We've always had good to decent linebackers. Bond is the first great one in about 15 years, resulting in a Super Bowl. You had two good ones in 22. You are not paying $21 million for Milton Williams. He's gone. How many people believe that Howie will pay $18.7 million for Josh Sweat, 3 years, $57 million, and $33 guaranteed for Josh Sweat with a suspect potential knee? Milton is too young with 2 Super Bowl appearances. Sweat will get overpaid in free agency for his age. Our best bet is Bond Becton because we can play on their feelings, resurrecting their careers here. Could be. That's not a bad take. That's not an awful take. How many people believe you're going to? So between 2 players, you're talking $40 million. You think Howie's going to give $73 million in guarantees to Sweat and Williams? Do you? Those are the price. Those are the current price tags. Not just according to PFF, but according to the NFL Players Association. You really believe Howie's going to dish out $73 million in guaranteed money for Sweat and Milton Williams? Never happened. Never happened. So there's 2 guys gone. That ain't happening. You are already not the same defense. Milton Williams was arguably the best player on the field in the Super Bowl. You could make the argument, Josh Sweat was arguably the best player on the field. Milton Williams was arguably the 5th best player on the field in the Super Bowl. You are already not the same defense. Is Bond a great linebacker, or did he just have a great year? As of right now, Muggsy, what would you say? Muggsy, answer your own question. Answer your own question, Muggsy. Is Bond a great linebacker, or did he have a great year? And Muggsy, I'll ask you this. If you're gauging it off of one season, you don't really know what you're looking at. I mean, I think he's really talented. But do you think he's Fred Warner every year? I don't know. Okay? Muggsy, great year from what I saw. Muggsy, he was spectacular. Not denying it. Not debating it. He was spectacular. Zach Bond, $16.5 million. 3 years. $49 million with 32 guaranteed. You think he's going to do that for a linebacker? Sills, is Hurts going to be at Combine? Is Hurt going to be at the Combine? Yes. Yes. I appreciate all supers. By the way, guys, do me a favor. Please hit the like button. Give me a total on the likes. Sweat and Williams benefited from Jalen being doubled. He did. They did. Other teams don't have a Jalen Carter. I never said the grass was greener, Peter. Peter, I appreciate the super. Peter, you're fighting the market. You're not fighting anything else but the market. Come on, guys, let's get these likes up. You're fighting the market, Peter. There's stupid teams and desperate teams. There's desperate general managers that have to make something happen. They have to. If we miss on Garrett and Lou, you're never going to. Why would you miss on Garrett and lose Burks and Sweat? What about getting Bolton? We're going to talk all about those guys. So Bond can help on the edge. I'll tell you what, I don't have a problem with Nick Bolton being signed by the Eagles. I have no problem with that. Greenlaw because of the injuries, but I like him too. Zach Bond to me, I mean, there's a reason why there's more of a value for Sweat and Williams. Bond is not as coveted as those two players. I would, dude, the key is you may be overpaying for Bond. Nick wants the offense to look like the Rams and Packers from what was said in the press conference. Also, Howie wants to focus on O-line, D-line depth. He hated O-line depth. I got what they said. I know where they were. I know that Howie and what's his name spoke today. I got it. That doesn't shock me that they were talking more about depth in the offensive line. Look, they're not going to. Howie's not going to show you anything right now. He's not. Do me a favor, guys. Please hit the like button. Here's Beckton's number. $12.1 million. 3 years, $32 million. 18 guaranteed. If you want to keep them all, let's add them up. On the guaranteed money, there's 40. There's 33. There's 73. There's 30. And then there's 18. Howie Roseman would have to stroke a check for Williams, Sweat, Bond, and Becton for $121 million in guarantees for 4 players. Ain't happening. I say you get one of those guys back. I don't know which one. I think it depends on how this Myles Garrett thing all shakes out. I'm definitely not getting rid of Milton Williams if I end up trading for Myles Garrett. I'm not letting one of those two guys, or I may not even let Josh Sweat walk out the building. Josh Sweat, Myles Garrett as my ends, and my 2 tackles are Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. It's the best front 4 in football. Okay? Hey, and don't listen to anybody in here who says that you're not trading for him. The only reason you wouldn't be trading for him is because you don't have anything to offer that you'd be willing to part with. Okay? You don't have anything to offer. Those draft picks are shitty. We can miss on Garrett because of Price and Washington. Okay? Right. So I'm hearing Sawyer won't go earlier than 25. We're going to talk that too, Kyle. I've got my Big Sills Power 5. Also, my very first mock draft is today. I told you we do it a couple days before the Combines, one after the Combines, and then one right before the NFL draft. So we're here, and we will do it today. We would have done it yesterday, but we had a nice respite. So today we're going to do that. Hit the like button. Don't forget, Lori and Howie don't have a problem paying a bunch of money up front. From what I'm understanding on what Myles Garrett would do, the remaining $79 million, he'll restructure it. Now, I don't know what that means. I don't know what the numbers are for that, on what they would want. Would they want low base? Would they want to defer that rest of that bonus money out? I don't know. Everything right now is preliminary before the Combines and then the draft. They've got to see what the guys look like and who they like at the Combines. Top 5 players you keep an eye on in the draft. We're going to do all that. Yes, Abe sacks. Myles Garrett, for over 10 sacks, gets $180,000. Shit like that. Playing incentives, over 75% of the snaps you play, you get an additional $500,000. Had them all in the contracts. I showed you this before with the contract that I had with playing incentives. If you get sacks, offensive line, if you're number 1 in rushing, give up the least amount of sacks. These are all playing incentives. That's why you don't see guys getting pulled late in football games, because they're all built into your contract. I mean, everybody's got incentives. Making the Pro Bowl is in your contract. Shit, Zach Bond didn't even know it was in his contract until somebody told him. Now, look, let's do this and go on the other side of this. The Eagles can stand pat and build depth. I told you this last week. The Philadelphia Eagles are on the pole position. They hold the pole position here. They don't have to do shit, but keep building the plan they have. Look, Howie is not going to be enticed by anything out there other than a guy like that, because he knows Myles Garrett can change the room for some other team. I'd hate to see Myles Garrett playing on the other side of Chris Jones in Kansas City, or putting him under, hey, Myles Garrett on the other side of Aiden Hutchinson in Detroit is not cool. You don't want to see that guy land in the NFC, and you surely don't want to see that guy land on the other side of Michael Parsons. Okay? So you got Michael Parsons and Myles Garrett in Dallas. That would be a problem. Okay? That'd be a problem. Remember, you're building to win the East right now, not to repeat as Super Bowl champions. It starts with winning the East. Because why? You play those teams twice a year. If you win the East, put you in a position to win a Super Bowl. Simple. These price tags. Okay? These price tags that have come out now are higher, but the cap most likely is going to go to 281.7. That's great. About, what is it? Like $35 million more? But again, folks are going like this. Well, Howie's got more money. That's not how he operates. Howie doesn't throw shitty money. He tries not to. After shitty money. Here, let's take a look at this. You got a guy in Bryce Huff on your football team that is kind of an anchor around your negotiating. Anybody that you talk to, the bottom line, when you're looking for a veteran edge, it starts at $18 million. Why? Because of that stiff Bryce Huff you have. Bryce Huff makes $17.5. That's the bottom line for an edge rusher. You're going to sign a guy and what? Bring a guy in and offer him less than that stiff? He screws up your cap in negotiating. Get this. Do you understand something what you've missed so badly on with Bryce Huff? He makes $2 million more. $2 million more than Myles Garrett. I don't know. It's a colossal swing and miss. Okay? So, as of today, the Eagles are in the two-hole to land Myles Garrett. It's heating up. Why? Why is all this heating up? All of this is heating up because the combines are Thursday. They start, and free agency starts in 15 days. Now, remember something here. You're going to be in the land of misinformation. Okay? Seals, put your Howie glasses on. No analyst or fan. Who do you think we keep and who we let go? I think we let go Williams. I think you let go Sweat. I think you keep Becton. And I think it's up in the air on Bond. I think it's 50-50. Let me ask you, well, here, Fly, you take your Eagle glasses off. Let me ask you something here. Joe Kraus is he's producing today. He's a businessman. Let me ask you something. Would you just take the first offer if you knew you could go out and put your business on the open market, where there'd be more opportunity for people to give you a bigger market and potentially more money? Or would you just take the first offer that came your way? How would you like to be Victoria's Secret, the guy who started it, had a little shop? He sold Victoria's Secret. You know what happened? Catalog turned into billions of dollars. He sold his store for a couple $1 million. How'd you like to be the McDonald brothers, who had Ray Kroc came in and swooped it up for $2 million? Now it's worth trillions. I mean, would you want to be that guy? I mean, I don't know about you, but my agents, I hire an agent for a reason. What do you think I should do? Those are the common questions you ask your agent. You know what your agent's going to say? Let's hear the Eagle. Hey, and by the way, Fly, I'm taking my partial glasses off here, and I'm going to say, I would say this to the kid. If I was Zach Milton, let's do them both. If I was the agent for these four men, this is what I would say. By the way, I've had 5 or 6. I had Bob Wolf and Randy Fataha. Those were my agents. Bob Wolf was considered one of the top agents in National Football League history, Bob Wolf. Along with Randy Fataha, they were based out of Boston. You know what Bob would tell Milton Williams? Maybe some of you heard of Bob Wolf. By the way, the guy that was in the movie, Jerry Maguire, that's Bob Wolf, who he was playing. Look at the nameplate on the desk. You know what Bob would tell Milton Williams? How much do you really like playing in Philly? You know what Milton would say? Well, this is the first year that I've really started. They like me now, and they're playing me. I was a 3rd-round pick. Okay? How's your time been? Great. Do you like Clint Hurt? I love him. Do you like the Philly fan base? I love it. Do you like living in Philly? I do. Okay. Let's ask you this. You know they're going to pay you $5 to $6 million less than a team like, say, the Dolphins. And you get to keep the state income tax that you get fined or you have to pay in Pennsylvania. So if you go to Tampa and you play with Todd Bowles, you're automatically getting a pay raise even if you made the same money. You'll make an additional $4 million a year. No, $2.5 million a year with the same contract that you have now in Florida or Texas if you want to play for the Texans. Nobody goes to Detroit as a free agent. You ever notice that? Why? Because you got to pay city tax. You got to pay entertainment tax. You get fined out the wazoo when you go to Detroit. Detroit's terrible because of the unions. Every time I played in Detroit, I had this really weird thing on my pay stub. Entertainment tax. I was like, what? Entertainment tax? So if you sign say you sign a $50 million deal in Florida with the Bucks, the Jags, or the Dolphins, and you're Milton. I'm explaining this to Milton. Philly can't match it. Because the savings you'll have, the standard of living, they can't match it. The only thing Philly has to offer you is winning. How much is that worth to you? These are the conversations your agent has. Then Milton has to go back if he has a wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever it is. He has to go back and talk to them, his loved ones, and say, well, we stay in Philly. We're not going to make $21 million. We'll make 16, 5, 17. Okay? If I play with the Dolphins, I make 21 in a tax-free state. Where do you think he's going? Playing on grass? DT Walter Nolan, the Ole Miss kid. Kenneth Grant. Deion Walker, if no Garrett. Sydney. We're going to get to all this. So Milton Williams has a tough conversation, as does Josh Sweat. Here's Josh Sweat's conversation if I'm his agent. Josh, how old are you now? 28, 29? How long before you think that knee starts buckling? My God almighty. 1, injury to your knee. This fucker's over. You go from being a Bugatti to being an Acura legend. Nothing wrong with Acuras. I owned one. But we're talking price tag here and value. You go from a Rolex to a Citizens. Little different. Okay? You tell him the reason Sweat's not resigning, he signed Drew Rosenhaus. Drew Rosen, nobody goes and signs in Buffalo. You ever notice the New York Giants and Jets don't even fucking play in New York? Why? Taxes. Taxes. There's only one real New York team. It's the Bills. Dude, you guys have to think like these agents now, not Howie. Because these agents, especially when you have players with equity and leverage, every one of these players have leverage. Why? They won the Super Bowl and they were good. Hey, the 3 guys that changed the Eagles season around, there were 3 of them. Barkley, Becton, and Bond, the killer bees. Okay? Get this. Of course it doesn't make sense. How the fuck would somebody like an idiot like you figure this out? An idiot like you would never figure that out, that if you're in a state with no state income tax, as a player, you know you're making more. Sorry, dude. Hey, leave the big boy conversation to us. Okay? Because I know you wouldn't understand what the fuck I'm talking about. Sue wants to be able to go out and spend money on red bottom shoes. She ain't doing that in Philly. Okay? Hey, James Jones. You want to know why people don't go to D.C.? Check your tax code out. Okay? Get this. This fucking dickhead goes, you don't even understand what you're talking about. What not to understand that if I live in a tax-free state, I'm bringing home more money? What a fucking stoodod. How do you not understand that? That you live in a higher tax bracket state than Florida and Texas. How do you not understand that? Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. Working at the Slurpee shop, you might not know the difference. You know how bad taxes are in New York? 50 cents left. No shit. Hey, in New York, if you make $1, you give $1 back to the government. Then you got to figure your agent gets 10% of that. Hey, let me help out 4x4 because he doesn't know what the fuck it's talking about. So I got to put it out there like he's a 2-year-old. Okay? Think about if you live in Philly and you make $1. Half of that goes to the government. That's 50 cents. 10% of that, 10 cents, goes to my agent, which leaves me with 40 cents. Standard of living is probably 8 cents on that. You're telling me I'm only bringing home out of that $1, 25 cents. How you doing? And in Florida, I'm bringing home 45% of that. It ain't that hard, guy. Hey, 4x4, try adding pennies. That might help you. Okay? Play a game of Monopoly. Not that hard to figure out, jackass. So when you're talking to Zach Vaughn here, hey, Zach, if you sign a 3-year, $45 million deal, how many people in here fly? If you sign a 3-year, $45 million deal, I'm not even talking about overpaying the guy. Okay, I'm not even talking about that. If you sign a 3-year, $45 million deal in Philly and a 3-year, $45 million deal in Florida, do you think it's the same return on your money? Philly 4 would say, yeah, it's the same money. You know why? Because he's an idiot. I meant the rapper 50 Cent. Gotcha, Q. I mean, it's common sense. Look, dude, I'm no economist, but I know when my agent was talking to me about fucking, oh, wait, get this. You can Google tax rates. Are you trying to fucking tell me that you think you pay higher taxes in Florida than in Pennsylvania? You're an idiot, man. Why do you think the Krauses want to move to Florida? Why did Tony Bruno? Why does everybody in New York now live in Florida? It's funny how stupid some of you are. You're not in a good position here to negotiate with these guys. Like I said, the only thing you have is winning. And what else do the Eagles offer you? There's something else the Eagles offer you. What else? They offer something else. What do the Eagles offer you that other organizations don't? What do they offer? Good culture? Fuck the culture. Talking money. I don't give a shit about culture. Huh. Hey, you want to give me $100 million deal, 4 years, and playing Satan? I'm there. I'm playing hell. Give me the money. I don't mean I have to live there. There you go, Ryan. There you go, Josh. They put the money up front. Bag of money. There you go, Kyle. That's right. Up front, Jeffrey. That's right. Organizations don't do it. That entices me. Hey, it may be less. It may be less, but I'll take guaranteed money over promised money any day. Shit, Joe Krause and I know that better than anybody. How many people? If we had a gold pen for everyone that's offered us shit, I wouldn't be here right now. Nor would he. Be still on the slopes. So if you're making too much sense, please stop. It's making people's heads hurt. This is where you are. This is the time of the year right now where you got to make these calls here. Okay? Dude, I'm with you, M. Reyes. The Eagles winning and the bag of money. You got my attention. Honestly, if it's $4 or $5 million less, but you give me that bag of money up front, Huss, you got my attention. Hey, Sills, I'm not going to give you 16-5 if I'm Zach Bond. Tell you what we'll do. We'll give you 13-4, but we'll give you $20 million up front. $24 million up front. Damn. Honey, I'm going to make $14 million this year. So theoretically, I'm going to make $40 million this year in my bank account. I'd be like this. Shit, I'm 28. What if I get hurt? They try dumping at him. Remember, these contracts aren't guaranteed. Only things, the only real money here? Penny wise, pound foolish. Do these want to win or do they want the money? Kimbo, it's about money now. Look what Mahomes and Kelsey make. You have on a winning team. You make it on the back end. You're talking 2 Hall of Fame players. Milton Williams and Josh Sweat are not Hall of Fame players. Jason Peter is a GOAT HOF, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Hey, do I want to? Don't talk to me like you're talking like a fan. Hey, do you want to win or do you want to play for money? I want to play for money. You work for money. Why wouldn't players work for money? That is one of the absolute most disrespectful things that fans do to players and athletes. Do you want to win or do you want to make money? Oh, okay. So do you take less money or do you try to find the best maximum deal you can for you and your family? Whether it's 200 grand or it's 20 million. Don't talk stupid. Everyone has the same mentality. It's just different levels. I mean, well, what do you think? The players are stupid? That's why you hire agents. I'm trying to give you a sense of what these players are going through. This is where I'm telling you. You think this is just because the Eagles are the Eagles. Players got their gold rings now. They got their Super Bowl rings. Dude, now it's time to get paid for it. If you really think that Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, Zach Bond, and Mekhi Becton are going to put the ring over the bag of money, you're fucking high. Their agents won't let it. The NFLPA won't. Do you know? I'll give you guys another insight. Do you know the NFL Players Association looks down on anybody who gives hometown discounts to players? You know why? They'll go back in there after you, and they'll tell you, you hurt the next guy behind you in his potential contract. They look down at that shit. Okay? Get this. Look at this guy. He don't want to hear it. Clown? For what? Pointing out what they're going through? That most hosts in Philadelphia and around the country can't talk to you this way because they've never been through this like me. I've signed a $3 million contract with the NFL. Have you? Seals, they want to ban the tush push. Stupid. Sour grapes. Dumb. Because the Eagles do it so well. They have the best O-line. Hey, Green Bay, shut the fuck up. Portfolio upgrade. Barkley, Bond, Becton, all up. I think that thing, I don't even want to bring that up. Hey, do you think we could ban the tush push? How soft can you be if you're Green Bay? Ugh. How unbecoming of the Packers. One of the legendary franchises that I respect so much. And you're giving me that? You banned a tush push. Why? Because they push your face in like you're in a prison cell with them? The Eagles treat the Packers like they're a prison inmate and they own the prison cell. And now they're mad about it. Go get me my soap. You know what the Eagles tell Green Bay? Hey, don't drop the soap. I'll tush push you. You get a band of tush. I was so creepy. Dude, shut up. I mean, I'm not bringing that up. I think it, and then you hear what it was. Sean McDermott, even him. You know, there's an injury factor. Oh, I see. Head coaches care about injury now. Hey, thank you, Clairvoyant. Howie probably has a case of cash on the table for upfront money, like buying a used car when people. That's right. That's exactly right, Clairvoyant. You see a car, you're on a used car lot. You go in there and you see an Escalade. You go, hey, I know you got it up there for 20. Here's 13.5 right now, cash. Take it. Damn. Okay. Players, hey, I'm with you. I'm with you, man. 1 in 32 chance to win. I want my effing moolah. Yeah, that's right. That's right. These guys are in there going, well, hey, play for the colors. Play for the birds. Play for the city. Yeah, no. I'm playing for my bank account. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Make sure you wire deposit it in. Thank you very much, Jacob. Thank you, Joe. Had them combos. Thank you. That's all I give a shit about. Hey, dude, you don't have to worry about me producing. I produce every fucking day for you. If I'm Milton Williams, Zach Bond, don't talk to me about producing. Okay? Big Sill's a big believer. No days off. Don't worry about me producing. Sills, would you rather have Garrett for 4 years or Trayvon Walker for 8? I'd rather have Garrett for 4. I think Trayvon Walker's underachieved. He's not bad. It's not a bad idea. He's young. He's 24. Get it. But they're going to want first-round picks in return. He was the number 1 overall pick in the draft, Bob. Okay? They're not going to give him away for 2 threes and a player. That's not going to work. Guys, hit the like button. Give me a total on it. Appreciate you guys. First hour went. Thoughts, Texas wide receiver Hugh Janus. I like him. We're going to get to – I've got my mock draft here in a second. They have a ring now. It's time to secure the bag. Anthony, that's exactly correct. So here, let me get to Zach Bond now. I'd tell Zach Bond this if I was his agent. 129? Let's get that number up, guys. Here's what I would tell Zach Bond. You've never made money. How much money have you made in your life in New Orleans? What'd you make this year? 3.5? Okay. Made 3.5 this year. Let's do the math. How much? Half of that money's gone. 1.5 of it in income taxes. Gone. Okay. 10% of that money goes to his agent, $350,000. You know what he's down to? He's down to $1 million. Then after that, standard of living. You know what he took home? Albeit nice. What, 800, 700,000? Okay. He's made how much? 8, 9 million? Half that gone in his career. This guy probably has $1 million in the bank. Maybe 2. That highly unlikely. Hey, dude, what are you going to do? You've been in the league 7 years, and you don't even have $1 million in the bank. What are you going to do? You going to go back and play in Philly because you like him? Or how about going out there and getting a $16.5 million deal and a $48 million price tag over 3 years and $33 million in guarantees? $33 million is my number. The rest of that shit, hey, look at this. Milton Williams, 3 years, $63 million. I don't give a shit about that $63 million. That stuff's pie in the sky shit. $40 million in guarantees. That's my number. I don't care about any other number but the guarantees. Nothing. I don't care about the base. I kind of do the base. I don't give a shit about what the length of the contract's value is. I could care less. They do that for being able to defer the money out. This is where here's where Howie has a tough offseason versus the other teams that have a really tough offseason. There's teams that have to deal with cutting salary cap. There's teams that have to rebuild. And there's teams that have to get rid of players. All three of those. I'd like to be like the Saints. The Saints are in that position. They got to cut payroll. They got to figure out what to do with Derek Carr and Cameron Jordan. Then they got to figure out what to do in the draft and free agency. If they even have enough cash to do any, you're dead. Here's the Eagles. Got to pay for success. Hey, staying on top in the NFL, there's a reason that you pick last every year that you win the Super Bowl. Why? They don't want you staying up there that long. The league likes mediocrity. Do you know how they believe? And I had Stephen Jones tell me this. It is more important about the team that's the lesser team in the league than it is about the number one team like the Eagles in the league. Do you know that? Because the NFL owners believe they're only as strong as their weakest link. Not the top. That's the problem with the NBA. The problem with the NBA is they got about 5 teams that are worth a shit. The rest of them are dog shit. Orlando Magic, Memphis Grizzlies. Nobody cares about those places. You ever wonder? Green Bay, Wisconsin, Kansas City, Missouri, Tampa, Florida, Tennessee, Nashville. You can put the NFL on Mars. It doesn't matter. Okay? It doesn't matter. The Eagles are paying for success right now. Shelf life in the NFL is 3.5 years. Who are we to tell them not to get paid? Of course I want them to stay, but do what's best for your family. Correct. This is where, hey, that's why I say this, Anthony. Every year is different. And the rebuild, the teams for championship football are built right now. You know how some people, they'll wait for the season in September to come back around and they'll start thinking, let's go for another championship. You're going for a championship right now. What you do these next 4 months will determine whether or not you repeat. They'll determine. Angelo Cataldi will be with us at the bottom of the hour. Okay? Absolutely. I mean, this is what I would tell Becton if I was his agent. Hey, and I'm giving you honest talk here. If I was Becton's agent, you think if you go to Tennessee or the New York Giants or if you go to Washington or any of these other places, that one, you're going to play the same. Two, you're going to have these factors. Are you going to a place that you got a Barkley and you're playing next to Lane and you're playing next to Cam and you got Jeff Stoutland? Where is that place? Are you comfortable going somewhere where all of those things might not be there because you were already there when you were with the Jets? You had none of that. You had no great players in the O-line. You had no great running back. And you had no great O-line coach. Look what your career was. How do you feel about that? Do you want the bag of money? Be about $20 million. Remember, he's a former first-round pick out of Louisville. This guy's made dough. But before he got to Philly, he's a colossal bust. And I mean a colossal bust. They were shredding him in New York for his lack of health, for his lack of ability. He was getting murdered. Now, if I'm his agent, I'm telling him this. These people love you. Okay? They want you to stay. You give them 11-2. They give you $18 million on a signing bonus, maybe 20. How do you know? You may be the heir apparent to Lane, playing right tackle. I mean, you were one of the top 5 guards. His situation's different. I think he has to have the perfect world around him. As I do Zach Bond. Now, on the other hand, I will say this to Zach Bond. Hey, Zach, here's the negatives of leaving. Hey, Zach, you better pick a place that's got Jalen Carter in front of you and has got a D coordinator like Vic. Are you sure about this? Barkley, not national commercial coming to Philadelphia. Winning means more money off the field. Talking Saquon Barkley. I'm talking Zach Bond, Milton Williams, and Josh Sweat. I'm not talking about faces of the franchise. That's got nothing to do with those players. Those players will never be in commercials like that. Has nothing to do with them. AJ, Barkley, Hurts, all those players, yes. All these other guys we're talking here, nothing to do with it. Nothing. I would tell Bond this. Hey, you better make sure you got a D coordinator and you better have somebody in front of you. Okay? Why in the world, Abe, would Josh Sweat stay behind in Philly? He's not. Guy's signing a contract for $20 million annually. They're not paying him that. I would tell Josh Sweat this. Again, on the other side, hey, Josh, go get your money because I'm not paying it. That guy might be how do you know he's not hanging on by a shoelace with that knee? Josh Sweat, of all these guys, is the biggest risk. Here's the risk. Milton Williams, will you be productive without having guys around you and a great coordinator? Probably. Josh Sweat, dude, this guy's how many reps did he take? How many snaps did he take this year? Hey, Kyle, you in here? How many snaps did he take this year? I know last year he took 980 snaps. Okay? How many snaps did he take? Because it's starting to concern me about your knee. I'm talking as his agent. Okay? You start getting there with that. Okay? You start getting in the room. How about this? So look at this here. Last 2 years, Josh Sweat's taken on 1,700 snaps. with a guy who's got a bad knee. Okay, 622, 980, 622. That's down a lot. That's good. But he took 1,600 snaps in 2 years. How do you feel about that? Guy with a bad knee. I'm going to tell you guys and prep you guys for something here. At the bottom of the hour, Angelo Cataldi has some interesting things to say about Kevin Patullo. And you know Angelo brings it to the table here. So that's going to be at the bottom of the hour. I can't wait to hear Angelo. Big Sills, Big Five. My 5 players in the draft. My very first mock draft is coming around the corner here as well. By the way, there are 2 teams that have put money conversations in front of Zach Bond's agent. Okay? And does Howie Roseman have any other new tricks this offseason? We're going to do that. Do me a favor. Guys, hit the like button. Give me a total where we are in the likes. I appreciate everybody. Do not forget my great friends at Morgan & Morgan. Had a great chance to show you guys and introduce you guys to my friend for over 20 years. That is Morgan & Morgan. John has, with his wife, Ultima, the #1 injury law firm in the country. I mean, they started this over 25 years ago. Absolutely near and dear to me as friends. And they have put this law firm together to go out and represent families across the country. With over $20 billion in recoveries for families, this is the track record that Morgan & Morgan has. In PA, I told you about that family that was awarded initially by an insurance company, $650K. What happened? Morgan & Morgan went in there with their team of attorneys and got that family in Pennsylvania $26 million. Offered him initially $650K. No way. Also, a family in Florida was offered $350K. That wasn't good for Morgan & Morgan. They went in there and got that family $12 million in recovery. That is exactly what Morgan & Morgan is all about. If you're ever injured, please check out my friends at Morgan & Morgan. The fee is free unless they win. Now, go to forthepeople.com/Big Sills or pound law 529. That's forthepeople.com/Big Sills or pound law 529. And do me a favor. You tell them Big Sills sent you.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. He not only gets a lawyer, he gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica who are in it to win it. He gets his own investigators with briefcases, leather ones. And if you ever have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling. Injured? We're your army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Ignite your nights with free live entertainment daily, only at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia's Center Bar. 7 days a week, enjoy some of the region's top party bands, performers, and DJs as they take the stage in the heart of the casino action. Great cocktails, live music, and lively moments. It's all happening at Center Bar at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Visit livecasinophilly.com for more details and the complete list of upcoming events. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your financial future is on the line. Are you ready for what's next? At Leone & Company Wealth Management, we help young professionals, business owners, and pre-retirees navigate the complexities of building and protecting wealth. For young professionals, we'll help you grow your wealth, plan for your future, and make the most of your hard-earned dollars. For business owners, we provide strategies to protect your company, manage risks, and create a lasting legacy for both your business and personal wealth. For pre-retirees, we'll design a plan to secure your retirement, ensuring you can live comfortably and confidently in your next chapter. Whether you're just starting out, managing a thriving business, or preparing for retirement, we're here to help you take control of your financial future. The first consultation is on us. Get the advice you need without the cost. Let's make your financial vision a reality. Take the next step. Scan the QR code to schedule your free consultation today. And of course, go Birds.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong as the #1 health insurer in the region. No IBX is always looking out for you.
EAGLES. Eagles.
Big Show's National Football Show. Do me a favor. Please hit the like button. Angelo Cataldi will join us in a couple minutes. Shedeur Sanders, in my opinion, is the next Jamarcus Russell. I see nothing but bust on that guy. I don't see any context. I don't. I mean, I watch him play. Never beat a top 20 team in his entire college career. Never. Held on to the ball because he knew his dad told him the #1 thing that I tell you guys. You know what that is? You get paid on numbers. And that's why he never threw the ball away, because he didn't want a low completion percentage. He'd rather take the sacks because it was beneficial to him money-wise. He'd rather give up field position than draft position. That's what his deal was. I don't really like the character in the kid. Trade DEI Hurts for Garrett, then make McKee QB1. I know you're jesting, okay? I know you're kidding. I don't see it. I just don't see it. And I don't think he was well coached. Only reason people want him is because of his last name. Correct. I'll make this point to you, Kyle. If Shedeur Brown was his name, he'd be a 5th rounder. But because he's Shedeur Sanders, and it was all about clicks and views and Hollywood bullshit, that's why he's considered. I mean, he played in that shitty Pac-12. He was in the Big 12. They don't play any defense. I mean, the Big 12? Really? Quarterback? Receiver? Not me. I'm trying to think. Hey, Yale, do me a favor. Can anybody name me a great quarterback in the last 5 years out of the Big 12? Let me think. Can you think of one? There may be one. Name me one in the last 10 years out of the Big 12. Kyler Murray? All right. He's solid. Hurts? Okay. Hurts is kind of like Mahomes came out in 18. Mahomes came out. Yeah, I'm talking the last 10 years. Oh, well, that is 10 years. Okay, Mahomes, Kyler Murray, and who? Hurts. The Hurts transfer from Bama. Okay. Baker. Tush push rip 2001-25. Damn, going to be an uphill climb, Sills. We're going to do in these 3rd and 4th and short. Starting to get a little hey, Pump. It's not going to get banned, I don't think. Caleb Williams. Look at the names that these guys are throwing out. I don't know about Super Bowl names. Outside of Hurts, again, Hurts had to transfer. Okay? I mean, Baker, sure. Okay, kind of. Justin Herbert was in the Pac-12, not in the Big 12. He was in the Pac-12. Baker, okay. That's your high bar? All right. Shedeur Sanders? How many people like Quinn Ewers? Justin Herbert is not. Yeah, get this. Marcus said Justin Herbert has fallen off the map to the tune of $55 million. Wow. He's fallen off the map. He just got a contract last year of $53 million, was it? Boy, can I fall off the map? Angelo Cataldi's going to join us at the bottom of the hour, okay? I mean, yeah, I think Justin Herbert's fallen off to the tune of $53 million. Here are the big sills, big five for the Eagles to look at. I wrote these names down. Some of you said some good things here. Some of you have said some good things here, especially about the linebacking position. Let me ask you one thing before we get Angelo on. Do you think Howie's opinion has changed about the linebacker position in general? Not just because of Vic. You think Vic has changed that narrative for him? Do you? The importance of linebackers. Okay? Before I get Angelo on here, I'm going to throw these numbers at you. Just because Howie Roseman has more money to spend because the cap's going to go up to $281.7. Milton Williams, here's the new numbers according to the NFLPA. $21 million. 3 years, $65 million. That means 21 annually. No way. Sweat. Hire Drew Rosenhaus. You don't hire Drew Rosenhaus to have a great conversation with Howie Roseman. I've known Drew Rosenhaus for 40 years. And he's doing this because he's going in the open market. And if you're Howie, this guy may have a shoelace knee. 3 years, $54 million. 18.5. Hey, you got to pay for success. It's going to be interesting. And then here's your other offseason thing. So let me ask you something here. If I was going to hire an airplane pilot, and I was going to put an airplane pilot and fly me across the country, all of a sudden I saw a guy come off he was just flying a Cessna. And I go like this. Who's my pilot? Oh, he's the brand new Cessna pilot. Well, hang on. Wait a minute. He's flying me across the country in an airline jet? The guy who just flew a Cessna, has he ever flown? No. Wait, he's never flown a jet. No. Has he ever flown like a G10? G8? No. So he's flown a Cessna and a crop duster. Yep. Tula's flown a crop duster. Now you're telling me he's going to fly in an airplane? Holy criminy, man. And this whole thing with the White House. So I'm going to bring Angelo up here in a second, but I got to say this. In 2018, BG didn't want to go to the White House. He said, under no circumstances am I going to the White House with that guy in the White House. All of a sudden, Big Still starts throwing shit out there going, so 50%, 51% of the Pennsylvania voters voted for Donald Trump. And you're going to take a shit on half of your fan base because you don't want to go to the White House? I mean, is that really what you're going to do? Because I know you're a big donor. I saw you playing golf and teeing it up. The Yachtsman and Barkley were teeing it up with Obama. I mean, shit. I'm just trying to figure this out. The only guy I could get a straight answer from is my dear friend, the legendary Angelo Cataldi joins us now. Angelo, you're going to have to dissect all this for me because there's a lot of bullshit going on right now in the offseason here.
There is.
I'd like to hear you. How you doing, brother? Let's hear you, man.
Hey, that championship was fun when it lasted, right? It just didn't last that long. Now we got new problems to deal with.
Man,
the White House thing is fascinating because what happened 7 years ago was really the clubhouse leader 7 years ago was a political activist, Malcolm Jenkins. And Malcolm Jenkins hated Donald Trump and everything that Trump stood for. And I think he pretty much oversaw that decision. Although, don't get me wrong, Jeff Lurie is very liberal and is quite a lot different than Donald Trump. So their politics are nowhere close to each other. But I think Malcolm Jenkins was the main force behind the decision 7 years ago to tell Trump no thanks. So then the story comes out right over the weekend that the Eagles were going to tell Trump no again. But that was bogus. That was in Trump's terms, that was fake news. All right. That was somebody assuming that the guy behind it 7 years ago was Lurie when it was really Jenkins. This time, if you'll notice in the country a month or so into tenure, the second term of Donald Trump, nobody's messing too much with the president right now.
No.
Nobody wants, you know what it is? He's got all these irons in the fire and nobody wants to get burned by one. He's wielding some power. And the Eagles, I mean, that the thing that came out yesterday, they would be honored and privileged to go to the same guy they said no to 7 years ago. They're going to go and he's going to let them. He's going to invite them because now he knows that they're going to kiss the ring. And that's the way it works with the president. It's the way it works for a lot of people. You kiss the ring, you get to come to see him. And they're going to all kiss the ring. I'm not positive Lurie will be there. Lurie may have another commitment. Maybe he's buying another yacht. He's got something else going on. He may not, because it's really it's a far distance politically for him. But a lot of the players, it's an honor. It's a tradition. I'm glad they're going. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I didn't think there would have been anything wrong with it 7 years ago.
No, I'm completely with you on this. And we get our friend Kevin Cork. I've been friends with Kevin Cork. He's a White House correspondent. He was down in Florida when I was down at Miami. And we've been friends all these years. And I asked him, I go, how come the president hasn't commented on the Eagles blowing out the Chiefs, or how come he hasn't thrown the invitation out? He goes, well, I'll be candid, because it was over the bullshit that went on that you mentioned in 2018 when there was an event and all of a sudden they were jerking around with it. And then Trump and the White House revoked the invitation, if I'm not mistaken, what Kevin said. Right. And the whole thing got blown up that way. So I thought maybe the Eagles, because of the way they do business, Angelo, kind of threw lure out just to test the waters to see what that thing was going to be, because I really didn't believe it either. I saw all the donations that he made. He made over $12 million in Democratic donations over the last 4 years, and I didn't see any Republicans' names on that. I can't believe that he will be there for this ceremony.
Well, there's one other element that we cannot leave out, and that is the National Football League. One thing about Roger Goodell, he does not want to be on the bad side of anybody who's in power, let alone somebody who's wielding power the way President Trump is right now. So let me tell you something. If the Eagles had an inclination to snub the president again, it's very possible that Goodell made a call and said, we're going to need them for something here, people, and we don't need this guy looking for a reason to trash us. Patch it over, suck it up. Go to the White House. Enjoy an honor that is only reserved for champions. So, I'm not ruling out the NFL either, because Roger Goodell, if it's going to cost the NFL a nickel anywhere along the way, Roger's going to put a stop to it, because he wants every dime, every nickel, every penny he can get.
Angelo, can I play conspiracy theory here for a
Sure.
second?
Yeah, I love it.
Okay. Do you see in the future the Eagles needing funding to fix up and retrofit Lincoln Financial, and also season ticket prices being raised? And if you start doing, and half the fan base starts to think that you're alienating them, and when you go to bonds to try to raise money publicly to to upkeep Lincoln Financial or put a dome on it, like he mentioned a couple weeks ago, don't you think you're going to need half your fan base to pass that if you're going to try to get money, if you're going to try to retrofit Lincoln Financial?
Every single time I come on your show, you say something in the course of my visit where I go, man, that guy's smart. That guy figures this stuff out. You're 100% right. Look, I know a lot of these fans. There are many people who support President Trump. There is no reason to alienate half of your fan base 2 weeks after you had 1.5 million people out on Broad Street and down Ben Franklin Parkway. Don't screw that up. What are you doing? For what? You can't go to the White House and accept the congratulations of the president? Just go. And I think, either the NFL get involved or Lurie is going, I'm going to need some help. Because let me tell you something. When they start building that new arena right down there in the same sports complex, Lurie's going to look at that and go, well, it's like 30 years old now. I'm going to need some new, at least dress it up a little. I don't know about a dome, but let's do something to fix this thing up. And we're going to need some money along the way. So let's not rock any boats. You're 100% right. For all of those reasons, the Eagles should go to the White House, and they will go to the White House. I guarantee it now. He
was talking about hosting a Super Bowl. I mean,
yeah,
you're going to need all of your people in your community. So again, I find it like the sales are shifted since 18 to now, and really the same guys in the White House. It's just a different, like you said, it's a different temperature now than it was in 18 when you had all of that cancel culture going on, where now people are looking at that cancel culture, and cancel culture is getting canceled. So I completely think it's going to be an interesting story. I can't wait to see if Lurie shows up. All right.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
I gave you the analogy here that how about this one too? If I was going to have open heart surgery, I wouldn't want a dentist to do it. I mean, Angelo, here we are again, like we were 2 years ago. You gave a training wheels guy the keys to the Ferrari, and I'm like, give me your take on this here.
I want in on this analogy thing. Have you ever in your life been driving and seen a Ferrari with a sign on the window, student driver? No. You don't put somebody who has not been driving and say, here, drive this $1 million car. No, it's look, I know. Look, everything I do now when I rip the Eagles, I go, yeah, you were so brilliant a year ago when you said they're going to win 5 games. They did this 2 years ago. They put somebody in as offensive coordinator who didn't have a clue what the hell he was doing. They promoted from within. He basically did what Sirianni wanted him to. Brian Johnson was a disaster. They lost 6 of the last 7 games with a team that was good enough to win a Super Bowl the following year. And they're going to do it again? Now, there's so many dimensions to this thing. Let's start with this. So they lose Kellen Moore, and they need somebody to replace him. They can't use Nussmeier, the quarterback's coach, because he's going with Moore to be the OC in New Orleans. So Sirianni now goes to the bosses. Remember, they make these decisions, not the coach, especially not this coach.
You don't think they gave him a little more say because he won it, or do you think it's still status quo?
They know he won it because of the coordinators. You don't have to be a genius to know the coordinators made the difference between a team that lost 6 out of 7 and a team that won 16 out of 17 to end this season. Those guys performed a miracle, but you lost the guy because he was so good. He got hired as a head coach. You're going back to the same formula that blew up in your face 2 years ago with a guy. So Sirianni goes in and he sees Jeff Lurie and he sees Howie Roseman. And he goes, I would like my personal Bobo. He's been with me since 2009. All right. Everywhere I go, he goes. He does whatever I ask him to do. I would like him to be the guy in charge now. Now, if you're using logical thought, you go, well, Doug Peterson tried that a couple of years after he won the Super Bowl. He wanted Press Taylor to be the offensive coordinator, and they said, no, in fact, you're fired. And they got rid of him. The guy who won the only Super Bowl at that point, the Eagles won, they got rid of him. And Sirianni goes in with this guy, and they say yes. What am I missing here? What am I missing? The guy's never called a play in his life. It's awful. It cannot work. It's got a 1 in 10 chance of working. That maybe this guy Kevin Petullo is some brilliant guy that hasn't had the chance yet, and but I don't think so, because he's been around a long time.
Could it be this, Angelo, that they're not going to change the offense at all, and they're just going to turn the ball over to Barkley again for another season, and they're not going to see, to me, Angelo, you tell me if you think this. I think that the Eagles got lucky with one thing this year. Howie did not build this team to run the football. He built this team to be a passing offense. Look at the money that you spent. Barkley had a sensational season, one of the greatest, if not the greatest season in Eagle history at any position. It took that for them to deviate off of how they were going. They want to throw the ball. Look at all the money that's being spent. I think they got lucky with that. I know it's hard to say after the Super Bowl because I look like a jackass saying it, but if anybody thinks the lowest paid guy in the huddle as a skilled guy was the guy that they wanted to run that offense through, you're out of your mind. I don't believe that.
My interpretation of this, Dan, is that Kellen Moore for 1 year was a firewall that protected the Philadelphia Eagles offense from the pass-happy philosophy of the owner, the general manager, and the head coach. Kellen Moore had autonomy. Do you understand? Kellen Moore made the decisions on what to do with the football. And Kellen Moore saw early on that the run was really spectacular and that Saquon was breaking a monster run every game, sometimes 2 in a game, and that he wasn't going to deviate from that. I've watched the Eagles for the whole time that Jeff Lurie's been the owner, 30 years. The only year they turned it over to the running game, fully committed to it, was this past year when they won the Super Bowl. And you are removing now the firewall. And now you are saying you're putting in the manservant of your head coach, who we already know, is a lousy play caller. He only did it a few games his rookie year and said, I'm not that good at it. I'm not going to do it. And the guy that is most beholden to him, Kevin Petullo. And you're going, now they're going to, no. At the first sign of any issues with that running game, they'll lapse back into their pass-happy thing. And they won't be as good because of that. It's just the idea, the whole concept of taking a champion team, a championship team, and putting half of that team in the hands of someone who has never done the job in any way is not logical. It's stupid. And I don't understand why they gave more latitude to Nick Sirianni than they ever did to Doug Peterson. I don't get it.
Here's to your point. When he was the play caller, he went 2-4. And then the year that he had Brian Johnson, he kept going around touting his horn, telling everybody, this is my offense. Right. So this is mine. He's 13-11 as a play caller.
Yeah.
I mean, why would you end up looking back at him going, well, the only way I would say this, Angelo, is that they're not really going to change the offense all that much, and they're going to stay status quo, and they're going to stick with that. I just don't think the team is set up and built that way.
No, status quo goes out the door the minute Kellen Moore leaves. It's not status quo. Kellen Moore was the brains of that offense. Yes, Hurts did so much, especially toward the end of the year. Barkley was the offensive line. All the ingredients are there to be great. But the guy calling the plays now has never even done it. And the guy he's listening to, we know stinks at it. That doesn't make any sense. It's why are you so afraid to bring in another guy, Frank Reich, for an example, a guy who has done it, who has demonstrated he's good at it, and give him the same exact power that Kellen Moore had, because it just worked. You just had a parade. And you got to change the formula and bring a Bobo back in? No. No. I hate it.
Me too. I got to go here with this one here. And then this kind of goes into what you just said. So, Angelo, I know these wide receivers. I mean, look, man, A.J. Brown puts up a ton of yards. He's a phenomenal football player. He's asked a question yesterday. How is your relationship with Jalen Hurts? And he's like, well, we've had tough issues, but right now it's okay. And I'm going like this. Okay, well, that's not a ringing endorsement for the passing game and what he wants, because I take it this way, Angelo. I think he loves the winning A.J. Brown, but I think he wants to win his way, not Eagles' way. And I think that to me is the rub here, that he wants to win with the offense running through him and not Barkley. And am I, once again, am I being a conspiracy guy again here?
You're right. But so do most wide receivers.
Yes.
Wide receivers are by nature a weird breed of humans. They're very strange, and they think in a very egotistical way. He's probably real happy about what just happened. Even though they won a Super Bowl with Moore, he knows Patullo and Sirianni will want to throw him the ball more. And that, maybe they'll be great that way too. But I kind of think what I just saw was the right formula for that group of players. I wouldn't change a thing. I'd still pound that football. That offensive line is a great run blocking offensive line. Let them do what they do best. And I don't think they'll do it now. I've watched them for too long. Kellen Moore in the next couple of years in Philadelphia, Dan, is going to become an unbelievable hero. 1 year here, wins a championship, and leaves. And what you're going to see before he was here and what you're going to see after he was here, you're going to go, wow, what a great coordinator he was. They blew it before he got here, and they blew it after he left. That's what I'm seeing. I'm not saying they're winning 5 games. Come on. They're going to go to the playoffs. They're going to have a good year. This guy is going to hold them back. I guarantee it. He's going to hold them back.
Let me. Do you agree with me that Nick Sirianni had very little to do with the Eagles winning the Super Bowl, and the 2 most instrumental people that had to do that had to do with winning the Super Bowl were Kellen Moore, Vic Fangio, and Jalen Hurts.
Right.
Those 3 people were instrumental, and Nick went for the rest. Don't you think he's the caboose to this whole story?
If I was still on the air, I would still be attacking Sirianni. They just won a Super Bowl.
I agree.
And then let me play this scenario. And a caller would call in and would go, "Are you stupid?"
Yeah.
They would say,
they say this to me every day.
The guy just won a Super Bowl.
I know.
How do you get along saying that when the guy just won? He just destroyed a dynasty, the Chiefs, in the Super Bowl. And you know what I would do? Because I learned this. It took me a long time. The first 25 years I was on the air, I would yell and scream. And then I would go, I've prepared a response to this. And I would just pick a cut, any cut, from any Nick Sirianni news conference. And I would play it. And I would go, does that sound to you like a football genius? Does that sound like the architect of a champion? Or is that a guy who knew enough or was told to use the people around him who knew more than he did? Now, I even on my blog this week, I talked about culture a little bit, all right? Because, see, what Sirianni does great is culture. That's what would be a joke. Well, what is culture but coddling? What is culture but kissing the ass of every player and just trying to keep peace among everyone, and I don't put as much value in culture as most people do. Maybe I'm old school. You know what I like? I like a coach who's smart, a coach who really, you listen to him speak, like a Dick Vermeil. You could speak to Dick Vermeil for 5 minutes, and you will know you are in the presence of a really intelligent, articulate man. I talked to Sirianni for 3 years after every game. There wasn't a single time he left that impression with anyone. He just isn't that smart. If you're as old as I am, you know a smart person after a while. And he's not. He won a championship. He's going to get a statue someday, probably. And you know what? I don't know if it's going to keep happening, because it seems to me that a guy named Kellen Moore was the reason they got that.
How about this, Angelo? When Frank Reich was on our program, I told you I've known him over 40 years, and he told me, if you want the Philadelphia Eagle job, you have to be more of a politician than a coach. He said, if you know, this is the one thing he said, and he said this on our program. He goes, this is one thing Doug didn't want to do. Doug didn't want to politic for his coaches, or didn't want to politic for a style of play. He wanted it just to be the way he wanted it. Whereas Frank told him, if you want that job, you've got to be more of a politician than a head coach. And I think that's the one thing he does better than what Doug, or willing to do. Doug didn't want to do that.
Yeah, all right. You're right. I mean, that's one way you could describe it. And Frank did it in a very diplomatic way, calling it politician. It's ass kissing. Do you understand?
Yes.
You know, you met people in your life who are constantly embattled with their bosses. And then you've met people who just kiss their ass at every opportunity.
I think you're talking about our business, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, what I'm telling you is the one thing, Nick Sirianni is great at being a yes man for his bosses. That's it. Even Lurie said he didn't love the way he was on the sideline when he's too emotional, right? Yeah. So I guess he's still got something to work on. So when he goes in there and he tells Lurie and Roseman how brilliant they are, they go, well, Nick, could you maybe act a little saner on the sideline if you get around to it at some point? No, he does exactly what he's told and does it with a smile on his face. He is an ass kisser. I have never, ever respected ass kissers. Doug Peterson was not.
No.
And that's why he lasted 5 years, because he wasn't. But this guy here, Doug Peterson, is so much smarter and more eloquent and more impressive a leader than Nick Sirianni will ever be. I'm telling you that based on 50 years in the media.
I got a couple more here for you, Angelo. Paul DiPatesta, I had a conversation with. He's the senior executive in Cleveland. And at this time, they don't want to lower the value in any way of Myles Garrett whatsoever. However, Garrett wants out. He does not. And the Eagles are in the two-hole, according to Vegas and Atlantic City, on a potential team and where he could potentially land. You got a lot of good things going for you right now in that defense, especially with Vic running it. Would you rip it up a little bit and do this? I'll send you Nolan Smith, a 1, 2, and a 3 for the second best player in the NFL. And over the next 3 years, your front four will be probably a new edge in the draft, or you'll have you keep Sweat, because I think if you make a trade, you keep Sweat. You have Sweat, you have Garrett, you have Davis, you have Jalen Carter, you have Zach Bond, and you have Nakobe Dean. You have the best front seven in the NFL, and it kind of looks like the Ravens. Do you make that move?
Well, yeah, yes. I always believe I'd rather have an elite player than draft picks, because sometimes they work out, sometimes they don't.
Completely true.
They're never, ever going to be Myles Garrett. All right, so no, yes, you would do that. And Howie is the best GM in sports at being able to put a deal like that together. But there's a couple of things there you said. Because now you're re-signing Sweat. That's a big ticket item now. My first priority in free agency is Bourne. All right. That's the one I have to get. If Bourne doesn't re-sign, both sides were stupid. All right. Bourne was made by Vic Fangio in that defense. Bourne was nobody until he got to Vic Fangio, and Fangio put him in the right spot, coached him up, and got him to play great. So he should want to be here. And Howie, with the extra money from the salary cap, would be ridiculous to do it. The only fear I have is that they've never prioritized money for linebackers.
Here's the number, Angelo. It is 3 years, $47 million, with 30.25 guaranteed. This is from the NFLPA, and it would come in at about, do you think he would pay $16.5 million a year?
I'm signing it right now. I wouldn't even negotiate it. Yes. He just won you a Super Bowl. That kid's amazing. And you got the young guys that you still got years to go before they can get the big ticket numbers. No. Zach Bourne gets paid big time. And don't be hesitant. That's priority number one. The Garrett thing, yeah, I don't think you're going to do Garrett and pay him what he's making, plus Bourne, plus Sweat. That's a lot.
Plus
lose Sweat.
Plus Huff's $18 million.
Yeah.
You got that stiff on your team still. Yeah. You can't do anything with for Huff. 2 more years. You bring a great point up about Zach Bourne. I was trying to tell people this. Hey, don't forget, one of the reasons that he had a great year, there was twofold. The two dudes in front of him and the coordinator.
Oh, yeah.
If you go to some place like, say, Carolina, and you don't have those tackles or the coordinator, they're going to forget your name in 6 months. They won't know who you are, and you better have gotten that signing bonus money, because I think one of the reasons that he had a great year, and one of the reasons you didn't see Oren Burks have a fall off, those two dudes that were playing in front of him, plus the coordinator, made him.
See, you did it twice there in this interview. That's also exactly right. Brilliant. You're right. Yes. Bourne has to be smart enough to know. He was a nobody for 4 years on an awful team with bad coaching, the Saints. Now he's going to take the biggest offer that's on the table. Somebody may want to blow him away. No, don't be stupid. Stay where you are successful, where people know how to use you, and get a great, great deal. You're going to get those numbers that you said are not out of line to me. He earned it. He deserves it, and the Eagles would be dumb not to do it. He should be their priority. Now, I'm going to tell you the truth, though, Dan. The rumble in the city is he's not coming back.
No, I don't. I think this. You're 28 years old. You've probably have $1.5 million in the bank because of taxes and stuff that you had, money you've made. You got a generational bag of money waiting for you. Your agent is also prodding you to go, if you get out into the open market, that 16.5 that the Eagles can offer you, you know how many stupid teams are out there? Half the league stupid.
Right.
Somebody's going to offer them stupid money, Angelo, at 18.5.
Yeah.
And you're not going to get him. The Rams are going to make him a number one priority. The Rams are targeting him as their number one priority.
Well, he's stupid because he's not going to be as good on another team.
Agreed.
Why don't you stay where you became a huge success? Why wouldn't you do that? Over a couple of million a year? Really? No. You're going to have a longer career and a better career if you stay where you are, where you have prospered more than you ever were anywhere else in your whole football career. He's going to be stupid. He might be, but the Eagles are going to be stupid if they don't put up a really serious offer. And if it's what you just said, if they make that offer and he walks, then it's him. It's he's the problem. But these are all the issues that come up after you win a championship.
Absolutely.
And that's why it's so hard. It's so hard to repeat.
You know what, though, Angelo? I said this to people, they have the poll right now versus the other teams. They have success issues right now on their team where, if you're a team like Dallas, you have personnel, coaching, you have depth, you have all kinds of issues right now where the Eagles, again, They got to pay for their success right now. That's what this comes to. All right, I got a question for you here. Who was a worse general manager, Elton Brand or Daryl Morey?
Wow. I'd say Morey, because Brand did not have anywhere near the power that Morey has. Morey really does have final say in every move. Brand, when he was there, for a time, believe it or not, he shared the power with Brett Brown. Brett Brown, the great, amazing NBA coaching loser, the biggest loser in NBA history, win percentage. But he had authority then. He really did. No, I would say what Daryl Morey has done, this Paul George deal, oh my God.
Have you ever seen the Sixers in worse shape?
Wow, this is a mess. Well, you know what's coming, right? They are going to shut down Embiid.
Oh, yeah.
Now they want to tank. They're tanking again. The process is back. We're going to get the process again. We're trying to lose. I even brought up the possibility, since it doesn't appear he's doing much in San Antonio, bring Brett Brown back. Nobody's better at losing than Brett Brown. Get him back in here. No, we're back. This process was such a debacle that a decade after they started it, they got to do it again because they didn't even get to an Eastern Conference final. Meanwhile, the Celtics, who never tanked, they win championships or in the finals every other year. Here's how you win in the NBA. It's the same way you win in the other sports. You get a GM who's smart and makes good moves. That is not Daryl Morey. How is he still here? Oh, that's right. Joshua Harris is his boss. Joshua. No, that Sixers are a total disaster, and we're right back to square one. The process was over.
Danny Ainge spent about, I would say, 5 years building up the treasure chest of picks.
Yep.
Treasure chest of picks. And he ended up making one bad move for Kyrie Irving. And you know what happened? When they got rid of that cancer in the locker room,
right,
that's when Tatum and the rest of them, and Brown and everybody started taking off. And that's when the Celtics became the Celtics. I mean, it really was. It was a step-by-step by Danny Ainge and what he did. I was up in Boston at EEI at the time, and I was kind of watching this thing here, and I saw what Ainge did. They hired the guy from Butler then. Now he's up in the front office. They really have a good front office. And the one thing that Josh Harris hasn't done with the Sixers, they have not put the smart people. There's no Howie Roseman in Philadelphia when it comes to the Sixers, and they need a Howie Roseman.
The thing is,
get Bob Myers. Go get Bob Myers. Put his ass in there on what he did with the Golden State Warriors.
I covered Danny Ainge when he played for the Celtics. That's how old I am. All right. And he was smart then.
Yeah.
And here's what Danny Ainge figured out that the Sixers never did. Yeah, you need a talented guy with the character of a winner. Right. And that's Jason Tatum. Right. That is not Joel Embiid.
No way.
Joel Embiid is immature. He's not committed to conditioning. He's not a team guy. And when they were tanking to get a talent like Joel Embiid, they never incorporated into their analysis whether or not the guy had the spirit, had the character to do it. And without that, doesn't matter how great you are.
Imagine if he had Jalen Hurts' attitude and his drive.
Exactly. Those guys are not that easy to find.
No.
And the Sixers haven't found. I get Maxey has a chance to be that, but it's not enough. They tanked for no reason. And people will still tell you, dumb people, but people in this city will tell you how brilliant Sam Hinkie was. Sam Hinkie, other than Andy Reid, he was the GM during the process.
Yeah.
Other than Andy Reid, Sam Hinkie is the biggest fraud I ever encountered in professional sports because he built his reputation on big words and 13-page manifestos and nothing else. Nothing. You understand? Optionality. What a
Angelo, I'm finally here. I I used to go over to Clearwater all the time, and I loved it. And I mean, if nobody's ever been to Clearwater and haven't been to the Phillies complex over there, you're missing out, because there, the Blue Jays up in Bradenton, what you have over in Orlando with the Braves, there's some really good ones. Yankees there on Dale Mabry. That's a pretty good one too. But going and see the Phillies here, I'm a huge Dave Dombrowski fan. I mean, I knew him when he was in Miami and the teams that he built down there, what he did up in Detroit, what he did in Boston. Are you a fan of him?
Yes, very much.
Do you expect them to have a great year this year, the Phillies?
No, they have a robot and his manager for another year, and I'm the only one in this city who has been ripping.
Oh yeah,
Rob Thompson blew the playoffs last year in Game 1 of the playoffs against the Mets.
I think he's limited.
He is. If I went to Clearwater the way I used to every year, we used to go every year. In fact, I'm sure that my show now is my former show is going down there again this year. I would yell out from my seat because it's very intimate.
Yeah.
Hey, Rob Thompson, put down the iPad and watch the bleeping game. You don't have to look at friggin' stats. Watch the game. You've been a baseball lifer 60-some years. Watch the friggin' game. If the guy's throwing a one-hitter, let him pitch. Dumbass. Don't get me started on analytics, Dan.
Oh my God, man. Only in Philadelphia only in Philly do you only get a week to celebrate a Super Bowl before you're back knee deep into it.
That's over. It's over. We got new problems to deal with.
Absolutely. Training Wheels OC. Angelo, tell the folks how they can find you, my friend. Great read.
Right, every week. I'm really enjoying doing it, and I'm getting a lot of good feedback. AngeloCataldi.com. Click on blogs. Usually every Monday, I got something up there by noontime or so, and check it out. And that's pretty much what I would be saying that whole next week if I was still a radio show, if I wasn't 100 years old.
Angelo, thank you, my friend. Bona fortuna to you.
Be well. Take care, buddy.
That is my friend, Angelo Cataldi. Do me a favor, guys. Please hit the like button, man. He still does not. I'm going to tell you that I still think that part of the problem is because Nick Sirianni did not say goodbye to Angelo in his last week of shows. Okay? I still think that is where this whole thing is rooted. Okay? Do me a favor. Please hit the like button. I'm going to give you the Big Sills Power 5. 5 guys I like for the draft. Also, my mock draft is going to be coming up. My very first one. I do 3 of them. I do pre-combines, I do post-combines, and I do pre-draft. And I've done that for the last 15 years. So we're going to do that. I'm going to give you those Power 5. Hey, guys, do you understand why they're going to the White House? You realize, Joe, nobody in that city is looking at the way Big Sills looks at it. And you know what that is? He's going to need those fans to vote on retrofitting Lincoln Financial. You don't think he's not going to go to the fan base? Your building's almost 30 years old. And he's going to need the whole entire fan base to put those. He's not paying for that. He's not going. That's the landscape that has changed. They're going. He was talking Super Bowls in Philly 3 weeks ago. He was talking about a state-of-the-art stadium 3 weeks ago. Do you understand what he's doing? Do not let anybody snowblow you. Jeffrey Lurie is not going to alienate half the base because he needs your economic dollars to retrofit Lincoln Financial. He's going to go to one of the greatest fan bases, if not the greatest fan base on the planet, and go, I need your money. And you know what you're going to do? You're going to support them. You know why? Because they win. I'm not saying you shouldn't. You spend your money the way you want. But don't kid yourself. That's around the corner. Shit, they're talking about building a brand new building in Atlanta already. They've got like 3 of them in the last 30 years. That's right. Yale's right. It's the high road. And the high road gives you that autonomy to go to your fan base when you need retrofitting money. I'm going to make a prediction here. I guarantee you in the next 18 months, okay? In the next 18 months, I just saw somebody say something about Kansas City. Kansas City is trying to hold the city of Kansas City, the Kansas City Chiefs, because they want to retrofit Arrowhead. And they're threatening to move. The Kansas City Chiefs are threatening to move if you don't retrofit Arrowhead. Okay? Don't think they won't do that to you. Okay? Hey, Joe Kraus, I missed some supers while Angelo was talking here. Angelo, it's time to retire your takes. You sound like a bitter bitch, bro. Enjoy your entertainment, your retirement. All right. Still thought we just got that one, Joe. That's me. I did that. My bad. Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead, man. 2S Jack takes. Huh? Yeah. Okay. Formulated a little better there. We'll do that there. Sills, thought the White House was in Dallas. How you doing? I'm not, no comment. I know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. You trying to reference my boy, Michael Irvin? I don't know what you're saying there. All right. Go ahead, Joe. Couple more supers. I think we got a couple more here. That one by Prince, who Jack asked. Hey, Prince, don't worry about it, kid. You'd be all right. You'd be all right, my guy. All right. Don't think you're not being asked to retrofit. 18 months. Big Sills is making a prediction. Psst. Hey, I need about $300 million in bonds or tax money from you folks in Philly. We need to retrofit Lincoln Financial. We want to hold big events here. We want to hold Republican and Democratic conventions and monster truck, and we want to have Taylor Swift, all that shit. We got to be able to do this. I need your help. Pretty easy when you're winning Super. Dude, right now the irons are hot. They're not going to try to do anything to injure the fan base. Okay? Why would I? 2018, landscape was different. Now I need your money. That's why he's playing it politically correct. I mean, leave it to Big Sills to weed through the bullshit. How you doing? Who's Taylor Swift? I can't name you one song from her. I don't care. All right. Big Sills Power 5, the 5 dudes that I think the Eagles will target, or I think that I will be watching for the upcoming draft. Hey, every year that we have talked about the draft, we've been pretty right on with the dudes that we hope that you would take. Most of those guys have gone on to be stars. So hit the like button. We'll do the Power 5, my mock 5 draft. We're going to do that as well. Hit the like button here. Folks, don't forget our great friends at BetUS. We've teamed up this betting season here with our friends at BetUS, and they have been absolutely awesome partners with everyone here at JAKIB Sports. Been here with our friends here, and we've been sitting there having a great time with them in the entire season for you. They also have a great casino. They have a great opportunity for you to do a lot of great betting. And again, too, don't forget the YouTube 150. The YouTube 150 is signing bonuses up to $2K, and also your second and third are 125%. Go to betus.com.pa. That's betus.com.pa. Fastest payouts in the business, 24/7 personalized service, 365 days of the year, live wagering on all major games. That's betus.com.pa. That's betus.com.pa. And do me a favor, You tell him Big Sil sent you.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. He not only gets a lawyer, he gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica who are in it to win it. He gets his own investigators with briefcases, leather ones. And if you ever have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling. Injured? We're your army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Ignite your nights with free live entertainment daily, only at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia's Center Bar. 7 days a week, enjoy some of the region's top party bands, performers, and DJs as they take the stage in the heart of the casino action. Great cocktails, live music, and lively moments. It's all happening at Center Bar at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Visit livecasinophilly.com for more details and the complete list of upcoming events. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your financial future is on the line. Are you ready for what's next? At Leone & Company Wealth Management, we help young professionals, business owners, and pre-retirees navigate the complexities of building and protecting wealth. For young professionals, we'll help you grow your wealth, plan for your future, and make the most of your hard-earned dollars. For business owners, we provide strategies to protect your company, manage risks, and create a lasting legacy for both your business and personal wealth. For pre-retirees, we'll design a plan to secure your retirement, ensuring you can live comfortably and confidently in your next chapter. Whether you're just starting out, managing a thriving business, or preparing for retirement, we're here to help you take control of your financial future. The first consultation is on us. Get the advice you need without the cost. Let's make your financial vision a reality. Take the next step. Scan the QR code to schedule your free consultation today. And of course, go Birds.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong as the #1 health insurer in the region. No IBX is always looking out for you.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sil's National Football Show. Please hit the like button. So ESPN is going to make their investment in the NBA because they've canned the broadcasting of Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball is going to pull their broadcasting now, and they're not going to be broadcasting Major League Baseball games. NBA is a dying sport. You know why? There's no drama to it. There's no drama. There's no villains. Every sport has a villain. Let me tell you the greatest thing that ever happened to the NBA. You had a black dude and a white dude, and they were on the Celtics and the Lakers, and they were great. You had legendary franchises. Bird and Magic did more for the NBA than Michael Jordan ever did. You had a rivalry, East Coast, West Coast, Celtics, Lakers. Everyone else was chasing those two monsters, even the Sixers. I'll make this point to you. That 83 Sixers team and the 86 Celtics, the two best basketball teams I've ever seen in my lifetime. I mean, didn't Malone only lose 2 games in the playoffs or 1 game or something like that? Legendary 4-4-4-4. Right? Those two teams, Dr. J. Moses, Mo Cheeks, all them dudes. Billy Cunningham, coach, right? All that. No. Yale. you weren't listening. You had a black dude, a white dude, Lakers, Celtics, and two phenomenal players that had played against one another when they were in college also. Indiana State and Michigan State. There's no coincidence. There's no coincidence that to this day, the most viewed college basketball game of all time is Magic and Larry's Indiana State, Michigan State basketball final in St. Louis. I think it was in St. Louis. Either St. Louis or Utah, I forget. I think it was in St. Louis that finals was. There's no game ever been close to it. Those dudes transformed, and it was must-see TV. The NBA has nothing that's must-see. The Major League Baseball does. It's Shohei Ohtani. He's a must-see guy. Okay, but they don't promote him enough. Look at the NFL. They guys wear helmets, and you know who every starting quarterback in the NFL is, right? The NFL, it's a faceless league. No team, nobody. Get this, ratings are higher and they lose Brady. When Michael Jordan left the NBA, they lost 50% of their viewing audience. LeBron James in the last 10 years has done nothing to bring people to the television sets to watch the NBA. There's nothing polarizing about the NBA except kneeling. Nothing. NFL football, you can lose Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, and the league's ratings still go up. That's like saying you could have the number one sitcom, like say back in the day with Seinfeld. You could lose Jerry Seinfeld and the ratings would still go up. It doesn't work like that. That's what makes the NFL a Teflon league. I mean, look at the Kansas City and the Eagles Super Bowl, the most viewed television show of all time. What was it, 45 million people saw that thing? It's brilliant. Brilliant. NFL, football, streaming, talking football, talking hockey, NBA, and Major League Baseball. You know what it is? Like I see many of you guys in here, it's a fucking turnoff. Nobody wants to hear about a lazy Embiid or a shitty GM or an owner who doesn't care about anything but getting that arena built in downtown Philly. Nobody wants to hear that shit. They love pro football. They love football. Look at college football's numbers. Through the roof. I mean, insane. Who gives a shit about the NBA? Why do you think they still cover when you tune on a show, people are still talking about the Lakers? Why? Why in the world would you talk about the Lakers? The Lakers don't win. Right now, the Lakers are probably in their worst place since they moved from Minneapolis. They've sucked since Kobe retired. Crazy. Back to football. Hey, looks like the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Los Angeles Rams want to try to make a deal to send Matthew Stafford to Pittsburgh. That's a game changer. Can you imagine the Steelers having Matthew Stafford in that building, them end up bringing in Cooper Kupp and putting him on the other side of George Pickens? Now you're starting to talk about something in the building in there in Pittsburgh, and you give Mike Tomlin a chance to see if it is about him or if Mike Tomlin can make that thing work. I mean, you put Matthew Stafford in Pittsburgh, Matthew Stafford will be better than anything they've had since Roethlisberger if you're able to do that and put Matthew Stafford there. That would be a game-changing move for Pittsburgh. And if you can get 3 years out of Matthew Stafford in Pittsburgh, that could be exactly the bridge that you need to get to a quarterback that may be coming up in the draft. But it's either, I think, going to be Aaron Rodgers, or I think it's going to be Matthew Stafford in Pittsburgh. They're going to move on from both. Justin Fields is not a pro quarterback. And Russell Wilson is out of gas, in my opinion. You put Matthew Stafford in Pittsburgh, you get an opportunity to win some ball games, okay? That would be a game changer, in my opinion. Sills or Sam Darnold, I don't want Sam Darnold over Matthew Stafford in Pittsburgh. I would not do that. No way. Hit the like button here. All right. I got 5 dudes for the Eagles to look at in the upcoming draft. The combines, hey, real quick, I see a lot of guys are not going to participate in the combines, and they're not going to work out at the combines on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And I happen to agree with many of the players not working out at the combines. Why? Because it's not home field advantage. If I'm a quarterback, linebacker, what have you, and if I'm projected to go in the first round, I'm not working out there too. I'm going to work out at my pro day where I have my friends, my receivers, my environment, my practice field, my locker. I'm going to put myself in the best position. The only thing that I'll do at those combines, if it's me, I would do my interview. That's it. Height and weight, I'll do that as well. But there's nothing else I'm going to do. I'm not working out. I'm not throwing for you. I'm not doing any of that. I'm going to throw at my own building at Ohio State, Clemson, Alabama, LSU, and give myself the best environment for me to succeed in. Because going to the combines, they put you in an uncomfortable position being there. Now, again, I get it, but I'm trying to get paid here. And I'm trying to get drafted. So if that were me, I wouldn't do it either. And that's why back in the day, I told you my combines, I didn't have combines. I had a pro day. I got drafted based on my pro day and what I did. I blew the records off of everything. And they couldn't keep them then, but that's how I got drafted high. You know, today I'd be, if I'm not mistaken, I think I'd be in the middle of the second round right now, because back then they didn't have Carolina and they didn't have Jacksonville. So I'd be in the middle of the second round. And again, I still had a year remaining on my eligibility. Should have stayed in college. So anyway, hit the like button here. Here are my 5 guys. Now, let me ask you something here. Do you think the play of Zach Bond has changed Howie Roseman's mentality, along with Vic Fangio, and how important the linebacker position is? These are the 5 guys I would look at that you guys have a shot of drafting if you don't move up or down. Okay? Do you think that's changed? That Howie now values the linebacker more? Do you? By the way, give me a total. Appreciate you guys. All supers go to the top too. So you think it's changed? Okay. I wrote this kid down here. Jahad Campbell. Bama, linebacker. Would Howie draft a linebacker if he loses Bond? You get him on a rookie contract. You don't have to pay $16.5 million. And you put that guy in the middle of your defense with Vic Fangio. And then you have Nakobe Dean and you have this kid Campbell playing linebacker for you. And you're cheap. And they're on rookie deals. This is if you lose Bond. Okay? Now, wait a minute here. People are saying no. And you just saw look at that, Yale. And you just saw the value of how good the linebacker is and important it is to your defense. And you say no, even if you lose Bond? Make that make sense to me. Help me make that make sense. If you lose Bond, I agree with you, Yales, then you re-sign Burks with a cheap $3 million deal. And your room is Campbell, Dean, Burks, and Trotter. If you lose Bond, you wouldn't put the 32nd pick. Okay? Edgerrin Cooper is a really good player. He ain't Campbell. Campbell's a really good-looking prospect. People in here go, no. You just saw what the linebacker position meant to your team, and you say no. How? It doesn't make sense. You're not making sense. This is contingency plans. Okay? I mean, and it's cheaper. And you might be able to keep Milton or Sweat. My God. This can't be that difficult. Forced Vic Fangio with, look what he did with Nakobe. This kid's better and bigger. Okay. Get this. And look at this one. I can address linebackers in free agency. I need a path. Free agency. So who are you signing? Nick Bolton? That's going to cost you $10 million. Who are you going to sign? And hope you land on another Zach Bond. Who are you going to sign? Man. Take a kid who's good. Top 4 teams in playoffs had elite linebacker play. That's what I'm saying to you, man. Bond is a must. Bro, I don't think you're re-signing him. Or how about this? You might re-sign him, but I think that's going to be your toughest sign. Sills, Campbell's one of my top 10 guys. Okay, good. Okay. Eagles defense ranked 1 overall in Super Bowl winners. Okay. Well, guess what? You're not going to be the same unit coming back. You're not signed. So let me ask you this, Yale. If you lose Josh Sweat or Milton Williams, are you the same defense coming back? You think you can replace them and be the same? If you lose Bond, Williams, or Sweat, you're the same defense? How do you say that? You don't even have the same personnel back. Get this. This guy right here believes that if you lose Bond, Williams, and Sweat, you're better. Okay. Here's another guy that I think you can make a play for down at 32. Okay, so wait a minute. Watch us. Okay, so you're going to watch us. M. Reyes believes if you lose Bond, Williams, and Sweat, you'll be better. L today for M. Reyes. I like this kid, Deonte Walker from Kentucky, defensive tackle at 32. That'd be another guy that I could see them taking a look at down there at 32. How he has an affection for defensive linemen and also for offensive linemen. I could see them getting this kid Walker at Kentucky. Depending on what he does at the combines, I think this guy would be another guy that would be available down there at 32. Okay? Fly goes, if Campbell doesn't perform like Bond, Howie would be crucified. It's a gamble. Hey, dude, it's a gamble. You're re-signing Bond. He's not re-signing because he likes Philly. He's re-signing with Philly because he got the money. You guys are really overvaluing yourself with players. Dude, you got a wife in your ear. Want to get paid. You have people and family in your ear, agents. That high school shit's over with. Okay? Well, he'll stay in Philly because that's being an Eagle has nothing to do with free agency. What do you have to offer me? I got Josh Connerly, offensive tackle, Oregon. He'll be down there. He's a good player. He played in a great system, one of the highest recruited kids in the country, and he's had a great career at Oregon. Oregon has produced some really good offensive linemen. This goes back to Mario Cristobal's time. They'll do a great job down there. Okay? And get this. Look at this. This is why a guy like I'm Awake or you or I'm Awake doesn't get it. Howie at his press conference today said, we're going to focus on D-line and O-line. Because he doesn't like the position. The reason the Eagles are world champions are because of the way they draft O-line and D-line. Not the way I'm dead just made a comment. I'm dead. Says I'll pass. You know why? You sound like a cowboy guy. Because that's what they would do. They would pass instead of building the trenches up. That's why you're champions. You're not champs for any other reason other than you're dominant at the line of scrimmage and you are dominant at the point of attack. Case closed. No other reason. No other reason. You were great because you were dominant. Okay? Another one. These are my Power 5 guys. James Pierce, I think, will be down there. Now, I've seen him anywhere from 10 to 32. And he's from Tennessee. He's an edge rusher, and he's been productive. Okay? And James Pierce has been a great player. Yeah, these are my Power 5 players that I think the Eagles will be in line for. Okay? They'll be in line for down there at 32 if they don't move up or down. Okay? And my last one is Jack Sawyer. This is who I want the Eagles to draft. I want Sawyer. I think he'd be a great fit for Vic. He'd bring great energy. He's a winner. He's been a winner his entire career. He's been a team captain. All the things you see in Cooper DeJean, I see with Jack Sawyer out of Ohio State. I've actually seen certain draft picks or certain mock drafts where he's not even in the first round. He's at the top end of the second round. And I might even do that. If I see Jack Sawyer sitting there at top, he is not drafted. Okay? Say he's not drafted, I might even go into the second round, get to the top of the second. I would have to pick at the top of the second and the bottom of the second. It would change my fortunes if I did that. You're at 32. Jack Sawyer hasn't been drafted yet. And say Tennessee gets that pick, I tell Tennessee, hey, you want to make a trade? Want to flop trades, 33 for 32? Then you get the guy, you don't have a fifth-year option on him, and you get him cheaper. I mean, and you have the pick at the top and the bottom. It's something to look at. Now, remember this. Like when I get to my mock draft here, remember something here. This is all contingent on no trades are moving up and down yet. Plus, we have to wait and see how the combines go. So I got Pierce going at 11 to the Niners. That could be. Let me see here. I talked to Alonzo Highsmith last night with New England. I talked to Dan Morgan this morning. Trade back to the mid-second for Sawyer. I agree. Also, try and get teammate JT established D-line with all the winners. I like that kid. That D-tackle you're talking? Let me see here. Is that who you're talking? Ohio State's got some really good-looking football players. But that's what I'm saying, Bird. Trade back. You could actually maybe even pick up another pick from Tennessee or whomever, depending on what Tennessee does. Trade out of that first round. To me, if I'm down at 32 and my guy Jack Sawyer is still on the board, I'm trading out of that round. I don't want to pay him first round money if I don't have to. I want to pay him second round money. Then I keep him, and he's cheaper. This is about economics here. Okay? See, I've seen him along with Pierce. I've seen him along with that dude sitting around the same area. Okay, I do. I see them. They're anywhere from 11 to 25 that I would say that those guys are going to look at. Now, look, if you look at what I put here for the Eagles and what I put out, Campbell from Bama, linebacker, I think he could be down there. He's there too, trade out. How about this? Here's the best scenario. Two of these five guys are down there at 32. Then you go, right, Yale? Then you go best guy available. If you think Campbell's a better player than Sawyer, and I happen to think he is, then you go Campbell. So there's another guy is Savani. There's a bunch of good guys, especially down at the bottom. Remember, though, what you've got to look at here, Kyle, you've got to remember, you've got to be within reach of some of these players. You know, you can't be talking about the fifth pick in the draft like Abdul Carter. You're not going up to one. You're just not going up to one. JT's an edge, but they also have a DT, Williams, right? Birds for life. I think it's Williams is the defensive tackle. I could see the Eagles making a play for him there too. Yeah, I would say this defensive tackle is pretty good here this year. Kid from Kentucky, the kid from Ole Miss. Kentucky, Ole Miss, Ohio State, Missouri. Is it Missouri? No, Michigan. I think those are your best guys. I talked to Carl Dunbar, who runs the drills. Guys, you know I have insight on the D linemen at the combines. Why? You know who runs the drill every year? Carl Dunbar. Don't you remember what we were doing when you guys got Jalen Carter? You guys weren't believing me. Carl Dunbar was my teammate in the World League. And we've been friends for 25 years. I text him during the combines. Hey, what do you make of this kid? You know what he said about Jordan Davis? He plays high. That's never left him. Carl Dunbar was the D-line coach at Alabama, too, before he got the Pittsburgh job. He's the D-line coach for the Steelers. Okay? I mean, and Dunbar told me about Carter Sells. This kid Carter, man, his feet are insane. His hand placement. You know who he compared him to? He compared him to Cam Hayward. He says he's a lot like him, but he's just faster and a little bit better. That's quite a compliment. I think Cam Hayward's a Hall of Fame player. So, I mean, so that's what we'll be doing again during the combines. And if Howie is why do you think they watch the show? They know who we know. Clint Hurt is going to be there with Carl Dunbar. I recruited Clint Hurt for the University of Miami. I've told you this. And my teammates, Dunbar, they're both going to be there running the drills. I don't think Clint's running the drills, but he's going to be at the combines. You think I know all these guys? No. I go, who do you like? Who are your top 5 edge guys? Who do you like interior? Who do you like at linebackers? Carl Dunbar gave me, where do you think I got Edgerrin? I was the first guy in Philly to bring up Edgerrin James. Oh, Edgerrin Cooper, excuse me. I was the first dude. Why? Well, because Charles Henry, who is the tight end coach for the Steelers, runs the tight end drill and the linebacker drill at the combines. Alonzo Highsmith is going to be the director of pro personnel for the New England Patriots. I think has the 4th pick. He's going to be there. I'll be texting him. Okay? Yeah, Michael Williams. He looks like a good-looking player. I like him. Okay? I do. All right? Sills was the first guy to do everything. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Who's Clint like at the combine? Get in touch, Sills. I know this, okay, that they like the kid, like I mentioned, from Kentucky. And he got hit. Here's what happens for position players. Like the Eagles are at the combines right now, right? They're getting prepared. So you know what they do. The analytics guys and the pro and the college scouting guys, college personnel, go to Vic Fangio and the position coaches and go, here are the 10 best players that you'll see at the combines. And what those guys will then do is they'll look at those guys at the combines. Then they'll talk to them, have an interview with them. They'll sit around. Then they'll weed that thing down to 5 guys. And that's how you start to build your board. And that's how you start to build your scouting board. You start prioritizing in draft rounds 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay? So you need to remember that Vic likes the edge to drop back into coverage, like Michael Williams, for that reason. Yeah, that's right. And quite frankly, Prince, I don't think they did a great job of it last year. I think their edge rushers in coverage were not great. I think they were good, and they came on in the playoffs. I think Philly's edge rushers, the three-headed team that they had, I think it got better in the playoffs. But I think I would like to have a more dominant, look, Eagles won the Super Bowl without a dominant pass rush, which is incredible. Will Fangio be at the combine? There's no doubt he'll be there. There is no doubt. He you know what probably Vic loves from what I hear? Vic's going to want to find a guy in the rounds 3, 4, 5, 6. Shit like that. Top of the hour, we're going to do our mock draft. If you get a kid from Kentucky, Walker, Do you think of letting go Jordan Davis? If they draft a defensive tackle, Jordan Davis will not be renewed, and his option will not be picked up. That's why they would do that. If they draft a defensive tackle in the first 3 rounds, chances of Jordan Davis being drafted re-signed to an extension are very minimal. You're not going to have 2 guys playing the same position, and you're going to give one an extension who only plays 20 plays. He's on his way out. If that happens. Remember what I said now. In the next 3 rounds, if the Eagles draft a DT, Davis is finished. Because if he hasn't done it by now, this is a due year for Jordan Davis. He's got to be an impact player. I thought he played a lot better in the playoffs. Okay, I do. I think he got better. I thought he got better from the New York Giants game. I thought he got better. Seals, you hear about Vic ripping into his defense during the parade, about allowing Kansas City to score those 2 touchdowns late in the 4th. That's who that guy is. It's an insult that Kansas City scored those garbage points. I love coaches like that. I love coaches that instill that anybody who scores on you, it's an insult. That's right. The problem that you have with Fangio, he never lets go of the rope. He's always pulling, and he's always looking for perfection. Those guys are nauseating to be around. You can't satisfy guys like that. But if you know where he's coming from, he just wants the best for you, and you know it's coming from a place of love and wanting you to be better, you don't have a problem with it. What you don't want are guys just screaming at you and hollering at you for 4 months. Hey, fuck that. You're no good. You're dead. Nobody wants to hear that. If you're being coached correctly, and you're getting better. Yeah, I don't mind a coach on your ass. I told you the story before. I know some of you are new in here, though. Jimmy Johnson and Butch Davis. By the way, I posted a really cool picture of guys who are some of the most important people in my life. Maybe the greatest coaching staff of all time, college and pro, is that Cowboy staff, and they were mine. I posted a picture on my X account of Butch and Dave and Jimmy and Tony Wise and all these guys. Those guys won 3 Super Bowls and national championships. They did it at every level. The greatest coaching staff I've ever been around. I've told you this. Man, those guys would ride me and Jerome and ride me and ride me and ride me. God, and then finally I jump up because it's who I am. I say shit like, why the fuck are you always on my shit? And Jimmy Johnson looks over at me and goes, let me tell you something, kid. You worry when I'm not on your ass. It changed my entire outlook of how coaches coach kids. That moment, for me, I became a better player. You worry when I'm not on your ass. Because that means I don't give a shit. And if I don't give a shit, you're in bigger trouble than what you think. Okay? That, to me, is coaching. Man, he used to ride me a new one. You know, yeah, you're overdoing it. Get your head front side. I seriously, man, I popped up after practice. It was there during 2-a-days. And I just looked over at Jimmy Johnson and Butch Davis, and I said, why the fuck are you always riding me? I'm fucking the best player out. I know. And finally, Jimmy just said, hey, it's one of the reasons I didn't start right away. He said, first off, you're not. Second, worry when I'm not on your ass. Walked over to the sidelines, got some water. Butch walked over to me and goes, you get it? I said, yeah, I got it. Get back in there. My entire life was changed that day. Yeah, I got it. Was the message crystal clear. And I've been friends with those men for 45 years. They've never changed coaching me and helping my life and being my friends. They were the same guys they are today. I mean, do you know when you have bullshit artists, coaches, and people in your life? You know when you have guys that are the same people 40 years later. Oh, yeah, Drew. I thought I knew everything. Then you realize who Jimmy's coach, Leroy Selman, Dexter Manley, Hugh Green, Dan Hampton. Jimmy's coached all these guys. Some of the greatest D linemen in the history of the sport. Dave Wannstedt, he recruited Aaron Donald to Pitt when he was the head coach. Shady McCoy. You know, Dave Wannstedt recruited Shady to Pitt. So every time you see Dave Wannstedt on here, you know he became a Pitt Panther? Dave gave him a scholarship. That guy you see on here gave Darrelle Revis a scholarship at Pitt. All them dudes. So when I get these guys on, they're not just great coaches. They're exceptional talent evaluators. Best talent evaluators I have ever been around are the coaches I had at Miami. I've never seen anything like it. They could go get a guy like Cortez Kennedy, who's recruited by everybody. And then they get a guy like Russell Maryland. You know, Russell Maryland was the number 1 overall pick. I coached him when he was at UM. He had one scholarship offer outside of Miami. You know where it was? The University of Toledo. No shit. He became the number 1 player taken in the draft. That's how great these guys were. Okay? Eagles are going to the White House. They must need money. Hate to be the bearer of bad news to you there, but they must need money. They must need some dough. Get ready. You guys are going to have to start stroking a check. By the way, give me a total on the likes. Get ready for about $300 million. Next 18 months. Okay? They're going to have to do some retrofitting on Lincoln Financial. Jeffrey needs something. So he can go to the fans. You know he ain't paying for that shit. You know he ain't. Yeah, but hey, Dodd. He's talking about getting Super Bowls. He's talking about having high-end events. Yet maybe even putting a dome on it. Didn't he say that a couple weeks ago? He said that a couple weeks ago. He wants to have high-end events at Lincoln Financial. Did he not say that? Who do you think's paying for that? You. Look at Yale go, I'll take that tax. Hey, you know why you'll take the tax? You're great fans and you win. Sure. No problem with that. By the way, before I take a time out here, I wrote down the Big Sills all free agent team. Here are the top players that are free agents. I put a team together. Hit the like button. Where are we in that likes? Appreciate you guys coming aboard. Really great stuff here, man. Hey, we're a couple days out to the combines. Do you realize that over 45 to 50 million people are going to watch the combine? Okay, over the next 3 days, starting Thursday. 50 million people are going to watch that thing. Guys running around in shorts. Okay, here's my team. I got Sam Darnold as the top free agent. Minnesota Vikings quarterback. Got Aaron Jones, running back, Minnesota. boy, Minnesota will not be the same team. 215. Let's see if we can get that bad puppy up to 300. That'd be great. Wide receivers, T. Higgins, Cincy, Chris Godwin, Tampa Bay. By the way, the Buccaneers want to make a deal, according to Jason Light. They want to keep him in the building for Baker Mayfield. They're going to do everything in their power. Steven goes like this, Darnold's terrible. You think 4,400 passing yards and 40 touchdowns is terrible? Those last 2 games of the year were terrible. No getting around that. I agree. Stephon Diggs from Houston. I don't really like Diggs. My tight end is Zach Ertz. My offensive tackles are Kevin Beachum from Arizona and Ronnie Staley from Baltimore. Those are your top 2 dudes. Your guards, Kevin Ziegler from Detroit and Trey Smith. And I got Becton a very close second to Trey Smith, but Trey Smith's an all-pro. Your center is Bradley Bozeman from the Chargers. Here's your defense, and listen closely. Your edge rushers, Khalil Mack, Chargers, and Josh Sweat, Eagles. Your tackles, Milton Williams, Eagles, Javon Hargrave, 49ers. Your 2 inside linebackers are Nick Bolton, Kansas City, Zach Bond, Philadelphia. Dude, the chances of you re-signing those 3 guys is suspect at best. Cornerbacks, Byron Murphy, Minnesota. Minnesota's got a ton of work to do. You got to figure out your quarterback, and you got to replace a ton of people. And I got DJ Reed, New York Jets. Your safeties, Javon Holland, Miami, and Justin Reed, Kansas City. Got to tell you something about Kansas City. You know, I told you guys a couple weeks ago, I thought Kansas City didn't have really a lot of work to do. They got a shitload of work to do. I mean, they got to replace an inside linebacker if they're not going to re-sign Bolton. Your tight end is out of gas. Travis Kelce's out of gas. I think he's got to give them a response on what he's going to do this week, because they need a tight end. Hey, Zach Ertz, Kansas City, I could see that. Team him up with Patrick Mahomes. Why wouldn't Andy Reid bring Zach Ertz in? He had a really good year last year. Zach Ertz in Kansas City with Andy Reid. Help me out here. Did Andy Reid draft Zach Ertz? Did he? Did Reid draft him? Get this. Old, not physical. Whoever said Travis Kelce was physical? Travis Kelce's physical? I don't think so. Okay. Kelly drafted him? Okay. All right. That's cool. So, a lot of teams got a lot of work to do. All right. When we come back out of the timeout, my Big Sales first mock draft. We do 3 of them, like I said. Okay? We do prior to the combines, after the combines, and then right before the NFL draft. We will do 3. We only do 3. Some people like to do 100. I do 3 of them. That's it. I think you dilute your takes and all that BS. When you do that. Cooper Kupp to the Chiefs, that makes some sense. I like that. Okay, I do. I like that. All right. Hit the like button. We're going to come back and we're going to do our very first 2025 mock draft. Do me a favor, guys. Please check out my great friends at Morgan & Morgan. They have built this great law firm up into servicing families across America for a reason. There's no question about it. Morgan & Morgan is a #1 injury law firm in America, and their record speaks to that. Ultimo Morgan and John Morgan, they put this law firm together over 25 years ago. I know these people personally, and these guys have, again, thousands of attorneys that work in your best interest. With over $20 billion recovered for their clients, make no mistake about it. This is exactly who Morgan & Morgan is. Out there doing what's best for their clients. They will never take no until they get to the #1 number that's best for them and in the best interest of their clients. That's what they've always been known for. That's what their track record is. Look, life is tough, and you know some of the toughest decisions in life like this are some of the ones that could be the most difficult. Not this one here. This will be the easiest one you've ever made. If you're ever injured, please check out my friends at Morgan & Morgan. The fee is free unless they win. For more info, go to forthepeople.com/big sales or pound law 529. That's forthepeople.com/big sales or pound law 529. And do me a favor, you tell them Big Sales sent you.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. He not only gets a lawyer, he gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica who are in it to win it. He gets his own investigators with briefcases, leather ones. And if you ever have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling. Injured? We're your army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Ignite your nights with free live entertainment daily, only at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia's Center Bar. 7 days a week, enjoy some of the region's top party bands, performers, and DJs as they take the stage in the heart of the casino action. Great cocktails, live music, and lively moments. It's all happening at Center Bar at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Visit livecasinophilly.com for more details and the complete list of upcoming events. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your financial future is on the line. Are you ready for what's next? At Leone & Company Wealth Management, we help young professionals, business owners, and pre-retirees navigate the complexities of building and protecting wealth. For young professionals, we'll help you grow your wealth, plan for your future, and make the most of your hard-earned dollars. For business owners, we provide strategies to protect your company, manage risks, and create a lasting legacy for both your business and personal wealth. For pre-retirees, we'll design a plan to secure your retirement, ensuring you can live comfortably and confidently in your next chapter. Whether you're just starting out, managing a thriving business, or preparing for retirement, we're here to help you take control of your financial future. The first consultation is on us. Get the advice you need without the cost. Let's make your financial vision a reality. Take the next step. Scan the QR code to schedule your free consultation today. And of course, go Birds.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong as the #1 health insurer in the region. No IBX is always looking out for you.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sales. All right, just got some text messages from people at the combines. Now, this isn't for sure, but the chances of the Eagles re-signing Zach Bond are very little. Okay? Very little. Howie's going to do everything in his power to try to sign the player. but they're going to do this within reason. So I don't know how high they're going to go. I told you what the number was. 16.5. That may be too rich for him. Now, does that mean he turns his sights on Milton? I can't believe he's going to let one of the big three. I think Becton is the for sure thing. I think he resigns. Okay? I saw this. So how about Jonathan Allen from Washington? If James Jones is in here, James Jones, let me ask you something about him. Jonathan Allen. Here's the deal. Jonathan Allen was the 17th player taken out of Alabama. How good a player do you think he's been in Washington? Here's my take on him. I think he never lived up to his draft position in Washington. I think he was a good player. I don't think he was an exceptional player. I mean, Jonathan Allen may be a little bit better than Jordan Davis. But, I mean, what were his years like in Washington? I mean, he was hurt a little bit there too. Progress with him was kind of, up and down when it came to his health. So when I look at Jonathan Allen's stay in Washington, are you overly impressed with it? I mean, I think he underperformed. What they're losing your organization, what do you expect? He was pretty good, Allen. Pretty good is not good enough to sit there and put $20 million around his name. Okay? I just don't think, when I look at him, I think pretty good is not good enough for me to go, hey, here's $20 million. Milton Williams, I'd rather gamble more on Milton Williams than Jonathan Allen. Yeah, how we drafted him, I got it. He's very cheap. He's not going to be very – I don't think Jonathan Allen lived up to his ability. Is Jonathan Allen 25? He's not 25. Jonathan Allen's not 25, I don't think. But he's been banged up. Here, let's take a look at Jonathan Allen's numbers and what he's brought to that table. Jonathan Allen. The Washington Commanders want to trade him, and they're looking for a trading partner because you know why? They want to go after Zach Bond, and they want to go after Myles Garrett. So let's take a look. Those aren't awful stats, what I'm looking at. So let's take a look at who he is. Those are not bad numbers. They're better than what I thought. They're better. He's put up some good seasons, especially for an interior defensive tackle. Not bad. 42 sacks in 109 games. 8 sacks is second year. 9 in 21. And in the last 2 years, he's had 8.5 sacks. And he's 29. You paying $29 million? Are you paying $20 million for that? He's 30 years old. Not me. Not me. I think he's had a good career. I don't think he's a spectacular player. Washington has never been, well, again, too, the organization stunk because of who the owner was. All right. Yeah, so we're getting, people are telling me now that a lot of conversation, this is what you get when you're at the combines. Now, again, you have to remember a lot of this stuff, some of it is in the land of misinformation. So you got to be kind of careful a little bit on what you're hearing here. But the chances of the Eagles signing Zach Bond are very low, that the agent wants to put him out on the open market. Okay? So Here, Martin says, if Allen's asking for $20 million, if so, no. Well, Javon Hargrave got $20 million. He had 11 and a half sacks leaving you. Then he went to San Francisco, and he was 30. What do you think he's going to get? There's a premium on DTs. I read yesterday that they were working on an extension. For who? Why in the world would they be working on – they could be working all they want. If you're talking Zach Bond, you can be working on an extension all you want. I'm now believing now there's no way that they're signing him before March 12th. No way. The only player that you're going to sign before March 12th, in my opinion, will be Becton. Seals, am I crazy for talking? No. 12 million instead of 17. Bolton has 2 rings. Maybe 3 rings. And I think he's 25. I have no problem with Nick Bolton. Nick Bolton's a good ball player. You put Nick Bolton next to Kobe and Oren Burks and Trotter, I'm okay with that. How do you know Nick Bolton? Hey, by the way, Nick Bolton's had a better career than Zach Bond. I mean, Zach Bond had a spectacular season. But this guy's had a better career, and he's younger. I mean, see, you guys are enamored by one season. I'm not enamored by that, even though it was spectacular. I don't know who he is. Is he that guy? What's he going to look like this year? Okay? Get this. No one's debating that. It's whether you're going to be able to. Haas, his best bet and his best business move is to see what the market says about him. His best bet may not be to sign with someone else, but you've got to see what your value is. I mean, so do the Eagles. The Eagles have to know who he is. He gets out on the market, and the first deal comes to his table. Because, listen, Howie's going to be on the phone with him. And when Howie, hey, I'll give you guys how Howie landed on Barkley. Howie's second choice. How many people believe that Barkley was Howie's first choice on signing a running back this past offseason? How many people believe that? You know, look at this guy saying that Bolton got cooked. He's got 3 Super Bowl rings. How many people believe that Barkley was the number 1 running back that Howie wanted to sign? That's not true. They initially offered DeAndre Swift a contract. It was the first they offered him $6 million. DeAndre Swift had an $8 million deal that was presented to him by Chicago. And when that was presented by him, he took the Chicago deal, and your second choice was Barkley. That's a fact. They offered Swift first. They were going to stay with Swift, not Barkley. That's a documented fact. Hey, that's not the point. Your GM didn't offer him Barkley first. He offered DeAndre Swift first. No. The first guy they offered was the guy you had in the building. Okay? So before you start going, oh, no, it was all Barkley. This was the number 1 guy that they were. Not true. Okay? I don't know the exact contract, but I know that it was $6 million annually. And he goes, no way. Because I think he was making 1.5 off that Detroit deal that he had or something like that. Then I forget what the contract was exactly. All right, let me since the Eagles are picking 32nd, let me give you my first mock draft of 2025. Wasn't it offered before March 12th? I don't remember, Drew, what the date was, but I know that Swift was offered before Barkley was. So here is my first mock draft of 2025. With the number 1 overall pick, Tennessee Titans. I got Cam Ward, University of Miami, quarterback. They need a quarterback desperately. Do I think Cam's the best quarterback on the board? I think the Tennessee Titans, Cam Ward hook up. Number 2, Cleveland. Because they're going to lose Myles Garrett in a trade, I've got Abdul Carter, Penn State edge rusher. I like this kid. I think this kid's going to be a star. He goes to the Cleveland Browns. Number 3, the New York Giants. I've got the Giants taking Shedeur Sanders, quarterback, Colorado. They're going to land on a quarterback. And once again, this should be the death nail to Joe Schoen and to Brian Dable in getting his ass out of there. Number 4, the New England Patriots. I think they get Travis Hunter, cornerback, Colorado. Number 5, Jacksonville. I believe they get Will Hunter, offensive tackle, LSU. Number 6, the Las Vegas Raiders. Tetronia McMillan, wide receiver, Arizona. Best wide receiver in the group. Number 7, the New York Jets. Mason Graham, DT, Michigan. Number 8, Carolina Panthers. Jalen Walker, edge rusher, Georgia. Number 9, New Orleans Saints. Mike Green, edge rusher, Marshall. Number 10, Kelvin Banks, Texas, offensive tackle. Number 11, San Francisco 49ers. Ashton Janiti, running back, Boise State. Number 12, the Dallas Cowboys. Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State. Number 13, Miami Dolphins. Will Johnson, cornerback, Michigan. Number 14, Armand Menabo, offensive tackle, Missouri, Indianapolis. Number 15, the Atlanta Falcons. Shamar Stewart, Texas A&M DT. Number 16, Arizona Cardinals. Michael Williams, Georgia, edge rusher. Number 17, Cincinnati. Jada Barrow, Texas, cornerback. Number 18, Seattle. Jahad Campbell, Bama, linebacker. Number 19, the Tampa Bay Bucks. Walker Nolan, Ole Miss, DT. Number 20, the Denver Broncos. Kenneth Grant, Michigan, DT. Number 21, how about this? You get George Pickens, and you get Emeka Buku from Ohio State, and then you land on potentially Cooper Kupp with Matthew Stafford in Pittsburgh, you're looking at something pretty good there in Pittsburgh. Number 22, Luther Burden, Missouri, wide receiver, LA Chargers. Number 23, Green Bay, Malachi Starks, Georgia safety. Green Bay at 23, Nick Scourton, A&M edge. And 24 is Minnesota, Malachi Starks, Georgia safety. Number 25, Houston, Tyler Booker, Bama, OG. Number 26, Rams, Matthew Golden, Texas, wide receiver. Number 27, Baltimore, Gray Zabel, North Dakota State, I know, offensive guard. Number 28, the Detroit Lions, James Pierce, Tennessee edge. James Pierce and Aiden Hutchinson, if they don't get Myles Garrett, can't lose either way. Number 29, Washington, Siobhan Ribble, East Carolina cornerback. Number 30, Buffalo, Nick Imaniura, South Carolina safety. They got a lot of good-looking players in South Carolina. Kansas City, Josh Connerly, Oregon, offensive tackle. And at 32, the Philadelphia Eagles. I got Jack Sawyer here. Now, remember what I told you. If Jack Sawyer's not been picked by 32, I'm trading down in the top of the first or second round. And I'm trading with someone where I get 2 1s, or 2 2s, a 2 and a 3, something in that room, where I can get picks in the first 3 rounds. The first 3 rounds are high premium picks. 4 and 5 are good. 6 and 7 are hit or miss. That's how it works. The biggest gamble are the first 15 picks in the NFL draft. Most likely, half of them, if not more than half, are overdrafted. You understand that. The back end of the draft is always the better end. Why? Because players fall in line. It's best guy available in need. And most of the time, it starts to line up. That's why the third round is the most successful round in football. Is because by the time you get to the third, best player available, highest need. And you're able to make good moves there at the third. Look at this. Milton Williams is a better ball player than Jordan Davis. He was the third rounder, and Jordan's the 13th pick. He's a better ball player. There's no getting around it. Who's more athletic? That doesn't matter. Well, Jordan Davis is more athletic. He's bigger. So he's not a better ball player. He's just not a better ball player. You can frost it over any way you want. Jordan Davis is not a better ball player than Milton Williams. He'll never command the money that Milton's going to command on the open market. Davis has no upside. Davis has limited upside. He'll never be a pass rusher. Milton is more versatile. You can play him in a 5 technique. What upside does he have? The only way he had a better year, you moved him the nose. You can't play him in a traditional 3 technique. You can't even play him in a traditional 1 technique. You can't play him in a 5 technique, and you can't play him in a 7. What upside are you talking about with Jordan Davis? Jordan Davis is not getting better. Milton Williams is going to make $21 million. What the fuck are you talking about? You want to pay $21 million for a guy who plays 18 reps a game? And he's getting better? How? How is that guy getting better? Be smart about this. How is he getting better? Where? Where's he getting better? By having limited reps? You've taken less reps from him. And you moved him the nose. I'm not sure what you're talking about here, kid. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what we're talking here. Right? Hit the like button. Give me a total on the likes here. So let me give you again a recap here. Okay, of my Xander. Good. Okay. Xander, you got a couple minutes in a second here? We'll put, because Xander, I saw him this morning with Birds 365. And so let me get this here. Seals Davis has gotten better since his rookie year, but him having limited reps helps us because he will take less money. Dude, are you going to extend him for $12 million? You think you would pay him $12 million? Really? For a guy who plays 20 reps? Shit, if you won't pay Zach Bond $15, $16 million, I mean, getting better. You're taking reps from him. Milton Williams has gotten better. Jordan Davis played better, but hasn't gotten better. There's a difference. From last year to this year, who's gotten better as a player? Jordan Davis or Milton Williams? Who's gotten better as a player? Jesus Christ, to use your eyeballs. There's a reason he's like one of the top 4 players that are projected to go free agency. Bond's 10th. Where in your mind? Why? You're being jaded because of where he was drafted. Yeah, because you know why? You saw 13th pick. Now look, I'm not saying he's a bad player, but Milton's a better ball player. If you were to tell me, and both guys were free agents, who's more of a priority? Milton Williams would be a priority for me. Ojamo, he played better. The kid Booker's not bad. I don't think he's very. Now look, I'll concede this to you, and I will. I think he played better from New York on, Jordan Davis. But is that enough for me to sit here and give him a contract? He's eligible for a contract extension. No fucking way. Not a chance in hell would I extend him. This is like a do year for him. He's got to play, or I'm going to move on from his ass. Let him go out there. See how much money some other organization would pay for a guy who plays 20 reps. Like when you look at Jordan Davis, do you see Vita Vea? I don't. Like, right? If you're going to play 20 or 30 plays a game, you got to make it look like Vita Vea. When Vita Vea is in the game, that shuts the run down. I mean, the Bucks can't be run on when he's playing like that. I told you, people are saying that at the combines that it's going to be a tough putt to re-sign Zach Bond, man. Seals, he doesn't have the get-off or the explosiveness. I actually think he does. I don't think he plays low enough. Get this. He's better than Vita. No, he's not. But he don't play enough. Who's Jordan Davis better than? He doesn't play enough. Says, how are you not calling for Dean to be traded? Every year he's unavailable. Keeping him is bad business. Look, I still have huge issues with the kid because the guy never plays or stays healthy. Now, he played a lot this year, and he showed he can play. He showed me he can play. But he's still done the same thing. His availability will always be a problem for him. He's a swimp. Every year he's been an Eagle, he's been injured. And he's finished his year on IR. Every year. Every year. He's been on IR. Okay? Now, Dean is now look, here's the key to this. If you're going to have a player like Dean playing linebacker for you, you better have war hogs in front of him, just like Zach Bond. And I'll make this point to you. So that's my mock draft. And I'll make this point to you about these guys with the money here. We'll go back over it again. And I'm going to do the negative and even be more with why you wouldn't leave if you're Milton. So if you're Milton Williams and you take the 3 years, $65 million and $40 million guaranteed, Howie's not signing that. $21 million annually? 22 and a half? No way. Not when you have Jalen Carter on the horizon. Not a chance. Now, circumstances have to fall right. Because if you go get Myles Garrett, signing Milton, if you restructure the remaining $79 million, that could be something I'm interested in. Okay? But here's what I would tell Josh. Here's what I would tell Milton Williams. Hey, Milton, where are you going? Now, is this about the bag of money? Remember, he's a Howie guy, too. Okay. Milton Williams will have 20 teams after him. They'll probably up that thing to 22 and a half. Shit, Javon Hargrave got 20 from the Niners. Okay? They're not re-signing these guys. I heard it too. You're a completely different defense in 2025. Wait, I'll take that back. You're going to have a completely different look in 2025 than what you had in 24. You're going to lose both ends, a tackle, and a linebacker. Do you think Davis will get more reps without Williams there? No. He can't play a 3 technique. And he certainly can't play a 5 and set the edge. He's the nose, dude. He's limited. You can't. Do you understand the further out you get from the middle of the field, more athletic you have to be? And the more of a football player you have to be out there. When you're in a 7-5-3, you've got to set edges out there. By the way, that's a good one, too. That probably means Slay's gone. Could be 3-4 starters gone off that defense. It's not that everyone was all excited about the money that Howie was going to have extra. That doesn't mean he's going to be reckless with it. See, Milton Williams here, like I told you in the first hour, some of you missed it. This is what an agent will tell him. Hey, Milton, we got 20 teams that have been knocking on my. Remember, it's not illegal for an agent to receive calls. It's illegal for the agent to contact. The agent can sit back and field calls. How's Milton feeling? You know what the agent says then? He's really looking forward to free agency. That general manager will tell Andrew Berry. Andrew Berry will tell Nick Caserio. Then it gets around the room. Before you know it, you got a market. I'll pay him that. I'll pay him this. I'll pay him that. Milton Williams is going to have quite a bit of offers. Maybe of all the guys here, maybe the most. Josh Sweat at 18.5, 3 years, $54 million and 33.5. There's not a chance in fucking hell he's coming back to Philly. Why? His knee could be hanging on by a shoelace. By a shoelace. And you think he's going to take a hometown deal? He's got his ring. He's got 2 NFC championship rings. He's got to get his money. And by the way, don't listen to the 63 or the $56 million. That's dumb money. The real money is 40 guaranteed, 35 guaranteed. That's the real money. The rest of that shit's stupid. It's not relevant. You know how many players don't fulfill their contracts? 75% of them. So don't look at the stupid money. The stupid money is 3 years, 63. Okay, yeah, sure, all right. Okay? Stop putting negativity out there. Wait a second. Howie did. He said a lot of changes coming. Said it at the presser today. I didn't say it. I didn't say that. I didn't say it. M. Reyes is making him sound like I said it. Your general manager said a lot of changes coming. Wasn't me. Wasn't me. Now, like I said, I agree. Xander, if you want to pop on, you can. Hey, by the way, I don't believe nobody's coming back. That's not what I'm saying here. Dude, I think Becton is a slam dunk. Here's what I would say. Hey, Makai, are you going to play next to Lane Johnson or Cam Jurgens? Or are you going to have Jeff Stoutland as your coach? Where do you have all that where it's the same? You were a massive failure in New York. I'm staying in Philly. I think Becton is a slam dunk. I mean, I'm good with that too. Hey, it's not negative. It's just reality, bud. Trey, right. Dude, you weren't running the back with the same dudes. What do you think? This is the NBA getting the same 5 back? I in a break, I heard Howie's tone. You know why? Howie's starting to hear those numbers come in. Once again, Milton Williams, $21 million. You're not re-signing him with 40 guaranteed. Are you fucking nuts? Sweat, 35 guaranteed. $19 million annually. Not happening. Now, could a combination of that? Bond, 16-2. 3 years, 47. With 31 guaranteed. How are we going to pay $31 million in guarantees for Zach Bond? No way. He'd rather go get Nick Bolton at a cheaper deal or draft the kid Campbell at 32. Why not? If Warren Burks can play like that, how do you know the kid from Bama won't? Adrian Cooper looked awful good last year, and you got Vic Fangio. I trust Vic. I trust him. Hey, don't get – guys, if I were you, I wouldn't be bent on keeping guys. I'd be bent on making sure my team came back with a chance as a unit to win the Super Bowl. You put a group of pretty much people who nobody wanted, like the land of misfit toys at linebacker, and won a Super Bowl. Can they do it again? I have more confidence in Vic Fangio than any coach outside of Jeff Stoutland on that staff. I saw what he did with Oren Burks. Hey, by the way, you know who the most coveted guy probably in free agency the Eagles have to sign? Is Oren Burks. He's cheap and he's good. And Carter and Davis are in front of him. So you lose Bond. Okay. Go get Nick Bolton. Go get Dre Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw next to Nicole. Hey, also, did you hear what Nakobe Dean said? Nakobe Dean said his knee injury was so bad, his kneecap was in the middle of his thigh and had to have it surgically removed. That guy ain't back for the first month. So you're going to have to draft a backer. Or Vic's going to have to find one again. Do I think he can? Yes. Not my words. He said that his kneecap was in the middle of his thigh. That's how damaging the knee injury was. He had ligament and cartilage damage in his knee, which is ACL and MCL. The guy's not back for a bit. And what's he look like when he comes back? By the way, he's eligible for an extension. Off. I extended a guy can't stay healthy. Silsey's good. I know. It's a shame. Shit happens. Look, we said this the other day, and we'll continue to say this. The Eagles are on the starters poll. Their problems, dude, I would want the Eagles' problems more than I would ever want the Dallas Cowboys' problems. The Dallas Cowboys have a coaching, talent, money. Look at the Saints. Talent, quarterback, cap. They're in purgatory. They got so much shit to do. It's mind-numbing that if they'll even be 500 for the next 2 years. The Eagles are talking about keeping it together. You know what I would do? I'd make sure that GD offensive line was intact. And I'd let Vic work his magic again next year. I really would. I'd make sure Becton's back. Hey, dude, if I bring that entire group back in offense, you mean to tell me they have another shot of rolling it back on $2,000? Yeah, I do. Yeah. You got some problems here. Well, they're money problems. Don't get bent on names. Got to get on. We got to get on. No shit. But if you don't, it can't be the end all. What's your game plan? That's why when I put up my Power 5 and I threw Campbell out from Bama, he's the best linebacker. I think he's better than the Campbell that they drafted in Detroit. This kid's a good ball player. I'm not even sure he's going to be down there at 32. Here, where do I have him? I got him at 18. Here, let me give you my Power 5 guys. I got Campbell at 18 to Seattle. I got Walker from Kentucky at the top of the second, bottom of the first. I think he fits there. I got Sawyer, top of the second, bottom of the first. I got this kid Connerly going to the Chiefs at 31. OT. They need offensive line help. They were annihilated in the Super Bowl. Get Pierce. Where do I got him going? To the Detroit Lions at 28. James Pierce and Aiden Hutchinson will be the defensive ends in Detroit. I'm telling you, man, my opinion, where I think some of these guys land, Zach Bond is the number one target by the Rams. The Rams want to offer him $50 million plus to go play linebacker for them. Okay? The Commanders are going to be in that running. That's why they're getting rid of Jonathan Allen. Jonathan Allen's 30 years old. They've had enough of him. They want to rebuild that defense. So they're going to go DT, Myles Garrett. Dan Quinn has a Super Bowl ring too as a coordinator. He's a really good coach. Look at the Cowboy defense this past year. It was a fucking shit show. Look at the way that the Commanders got all the way to the NFC title game. Dude, don't look at the blowout and go, well, we're that much better than them. Do this. They land T. Higgins. They have the money. They got $100 million in cap space. You know why? Because they got a rookie quarterback, and they're not paying anybody. And if they free up on Allen, they're going to have $118 million to deal with in free agency. Do you get that? Okay. What you don't want is Garrett landing in the NFC East where you have to play them twice. I got Kenneth Grant. Going to Denver with the 20th pick. Guys, do me a favor. Hit the like button. Give me a total on that right now. Appreciate you. Yeah. I mean, look, the reason that Howie is sounding like this right now is because he knows, get this, do you know why he's preparing you for? Not one of these players, Milton Williams, Josh Sweat, Zach Bond, and Mekhi Becton will be signed before March 12th. That doesn't mean you'll lose them. That just means they're going to go out in the market and see what their value is. They got a Super Bowl ring, and they performed exceptionally well. Why wouldn't you? I like how certain fans go, well, they play for the Eagles. Fuck that. I don't give a shit about that. I got a ring. I'm a winner. Now I'm going to go cash in on it. That could mean in Philly still. Hey, if I was Milton Williams, it'd be hard-pressed for me to leave Philly. Make me want to leave Philly. You know how you make me want to leave Philly? Pay me more. Get this. Senor says fake news. Howie Roseman said it himself today. There's a lot of change coming. Unless Howie's spreading fake news, take it up with him, Senor. Take it up with him. That ain't me. Those are agents. And you know what's funny? I tried pointing this out earlier, and nobody understands this. Xander will understand this. If you offer me 3 years, $45 million in Philly, and the Buccaneers offer me 3 years, $45 million. It's not the same contract. There's no state income tax in Florida. I make more money. It's where you go to. You think if the Eagles offer a contract that's compatible, it's not. Miami can come in and go, I'll match that deal. By the way, you don't have to pay 17 or 13% in state income taxes in Florida. How you doing? I mean, it's not the same. You could do that with the Texans, the Cowboys. Here's the places you want to play in the NFL. Texas, Florida, Tennessee. You ever wonder why there's rarely any free agents in Detroit or Chicago? You know? Right? All right, I got to do it. Hey, forget it. We're good. So does this every offseason, he's always wrong. What am I wrong about? What have I been wrong about? I didn't tell you you're not resigning these guys. The fuck are you talking about? I'm listening to your general manager. What are you talking about? I'm not telling you anything. Like what? What are you talking about? That you think that really a contract from the Bucs is the same as a contract with the Eagles if you offer me the same money? I don't know where you went to school, dude. What am I wrong about? Tell me, what am I wrong about? What are you talking? What am I wrong? What have I been wrong about today? I haven't predicted anything except this. That you guys are not going to. Are you really thinking you're going to sign Josh Sweat for $20 million? I don't know what you're talking about, actually. What are you talking about? Your general manager said you're going to have change. What are you talking about? Curious. What have I been wrong about? Everything? Give me one. One thing today that I said. Help me out here. Oh, another thing. As we talked with Angelo. It's funny, I talked to Kevin Cork, who's a White House correspondent for Fox News. And true, there was no official offer of an invitation to the Eagles. You know why? Because of the bullshit that they pulled in 18 when they said that they weren't going to go because of the kneeling shit and because of the stuff the players did. And you know what Trump hasn't done? He hasn't even congratulated them yet. Okay? Here. And Trump is going to offer, Xander's saying he's going to offer the invitation now, which is great. Why wouldn't? What has changed from 18 to now? Remember, Brandon Graham said he would never go to the White House as long as Trump was president. He said that in 18. I'm reading that off a CBS story from 2018. What's changed? I'll tell you exactly what's changed. The stuff in the heat that he got for alienating potentially half of his fan base. And remember this too, folks. Remember a couple weeks ago, I was talking this with Angelo. Remember a couple weeks ago when he was talking about bringing a Super Bowl to Philly, putting a dome on that thing? You know what he's getting you ready for? Retrofitting. He's going to need $300 million, taxpayer money, to retrofit Lincoln Financial. He's going to need them votes too, especially if it's a prop and there's bonds involved and taxes increased. Play the game. That's the environment. How you doing? We're just a couple days out from the combines. I can't wait. Guys, great stuff as always. Thank you guys so much today. What a fun show, man. Angelo Cataldi was great. Xander will be back with us tomorrow. All good, man. Hopefully tomorrow we get on Dave Wannstedt. And Dave is one of the best talent evaluators when it comes to the upcoming draft. We'll talk to him, 3-time Super Bowl champion defensive coordinator. He was the one that told you Vic was going to bring a great system in, and it won't be the system. It'll be the players. He turned out to be nails on. Guys, we appreciate it. Big Z, awesome. Joe, thank you very much. We appreciate it. 2 to 6 tomorrow, and we shall see you on the flip side.